people just aren't getting enough light, sunlight. And even people that live like where I do, you know, if you don't get outdoors, you don't get it as much. You probably get more. But so these saunas, I mean, you're getting far infrared light right in your living room or wherever you put it in your house. And it would I just enjoy that, the heat and the detox. You sweat like crazy. It helps relieve pain and stress too. It's light, light energy. So that's probably another thing I need to do, is create another video about my sauna work and put it in a loop, and then you know, but yet, you know, you really do need a variety if you're going to have a 24/7 station. You know, you want to just have one thing. So if you have a variety, then you're going to attract more people that will want to watch your station, and that sort of thing. So, and you know, it'd be nice to have some programs, some regular programs. Like there's a television channel in Orlando that has some real old programs like Star Trek. Oh man, I was watching that the other day, Joe. I was like, wow, it's cool. They were these guys, Captain Kirk. They went to this planet, and they were trying to do some. People were like, well, they wanted to make sure they weren't going to be hostile, and they went to go beam back up to the ship, and they got caught in this ion storm, and they wound up in another dimension on another starship, but it was another dimension where it was the people, the Spock and all the crew were evil. They were all really evil. They wanted to kill everybody. And so they had to get out of this dimension and get back to theirs. And it was really like, wow, it's like pretty cool. But then, you know, so there's programs like that, and then there's programs like Gilligan's Island on there, and just some really old stuff, you know. And I mean, if you have a television station with some of those older programs, people that are like our age would enjoy watching some of that, because, you know, we grew up with that kind of stuff. A lot of us. I did. When I was a kid, man, I watched TV all the time growing up, a lot. Now I just watch maybe like the History Channel, or that's about it. I watch that a lot because I like Pawn Stars and the Pickers and the Swamp People, Alligator Hunters. So, but to have a TV station with a nice variety, you know, a nice variety, some. I like the format of the History Channel, but I also like the idea of having some older programs, and then newer programs like with special interest things, you know, like that people are just like, I'm really into health stuff, and I enjoy learning about it and applying it and sharing it with others, and so that's my passion. I like music too, you know. I do create some of that and like to sing and all that. I do have some stuff that I've recorded, but I don't really have any music videos type. But yeah, I guess I could make that too, develop some kind of video that could go into loop to loop, and that sort of thing. But I did open up my Google, and I'm looking at my Hangout, and I added Joel Bridges to my Hangout. I see that I got your picture there. I could do a video call right now, but I don't have my camera set up. So, but I don't know that you have your. I mean, this is just you here. I don't know. That's probably not your station there.
Well, oh Jesus, I'm getting feedback on my, and I don't know if it's a shadow of my voice here, because I'm on the other's computer. There's so many different configurations. I'm live right now on Google Hangouts. All you have to do is go to ThoughtBridge and find the page where it says next live broadcast. I can give you the, if you have a Google account, I can actually give you the join link. Okay, you'll have to copy and paste it because Paltalk doesn't allow it to be, you can't click on this link. You have to copy and paste that to a browser. But that actually allows you to join this live hangout right now if you have a Google account. And we are live right now. That's why there won't be any dead air. There'll be either music or voice or a recording or a guest, and nobody's able to see me at the moment because I've got it covered over with the ManyCam, which is another program I have to coordinate and use. So I'm covered over. Nobody can see me at the moment. I'll let the boys and girls see me in a moment, but I'm not quite dressed, so I have to get on my robe here. Plus, see, the ThoughtBridge Live program, you may have noticed, I make no bones about being professional. I can do professional type shows. I can do straight interviews. I can do off-the-wall material. I can do the improv Mr. Bridges, who's a kind of an alter ego, a tit-for-tat, opinionated, biased, all of that. But you see, for me, all of that stuff is just playing with the matrix, just playing with people that think they're people and people that think that they're, going to help out God. I'm of the impression I don't need to help God. God's got everything under control. God is God. My relationship with God is what's important. Doesn't matter what your relationship with Him is. If you have a personal relationship with Him, well, then you have a personal relationship. It has nothing to do with me. It has everything to do with your personal relationship. And the same thing applies to me, my personal relationship, all my foibles, all my issues, all my imperfections, all of that has to do with the Father and the Mother of us all. So, if people want to decide that there is no God, that doesn't change anything. If they want to decide there is God, that doesn't change anything. What it comes down to, it is what it is. The human mind tries to come up with stories and justifications. All that's ego as far as I'm concerned. So I live with what's called the ego collective consciousness, the right, the wrong, the standards, all of that. To me, it's a human program. Being a human being is being human. But then it occurs to me that the human part, human is a program. That's what it is. Being is without the program. Just being. No add-ons, no program, no conditioning, and yet that is what people, so-called, identify with. They identify with the being, human, or the human being. So February 8th, I decided to stop being human. Now, that sounds kind of weird, doesn't it? But that came from the natural result that on February 8th, a lot of things had happened to show me that I was playing roles. I was playing a minister, a homeless director, playing Mr. Bridges, playing myself. All of these are facades. These are all part of the program that says you have to change your behavior for the banker, for your minister, for your pastor, for your doctor, for your mother, for your spouse, for strangers. And the ego wants to be seen in its best light, so it has an idea of a comprehension of what the standard is, having been programmed and conditioned to what the standard is, of what's good and evil, what it likes, what it dislikes. That's all ego. Until there's an actual separation of the presence from the ego and a non-identification with the ego in the program, there'll be people that say, okay, I like this person, or I dislike this person. Well, what you find out, or what I found out rather, speaking for myself, is that that ego that supposedly is out there somewhere where you don't like it, it takes a receptor called the ego to see ego. If you don't have a receptor for light, you don't see light. The science has pointed out that the light isn't out there, it's in us. The ego isn't out there in somebody else. The ego is the receptor by which you see ego. When a pickpocket looks at a saint, what's he see? His pockets. What's an ego? Look out and see. Another ego. So you have to have it in order to see it, but until you resolve it in your own mind where all the evil and all the egoic crap is, and if you make peace with it within yourself and become merged with the presence, then you're in presence. It isn't a matter of changing anybody or anything. It's a matter of changing yourself, coming to understand yourself, coming to understand your relationship with your Father, Mother, God, if you want to use that word God. All the words in the world won't do you any good. The Spirit gives life, the letter killeth. And the words are sounds. They represent words written and spoken. The word killeth. The Spirit gives life. So if you found the presence, you become the unconditional love that's shown to the world, the transparency for that love shining into the world. You don't need to be concerned with the ego, anybody else's ego, what they believe, what they do, no matter what. Your relationship with the presence is the only thing that makes any difference, and that's why you can be attacked, spit on, criticized, maligned, and it doesn't mean a jot. It doesn't mean anything. The world hated Jesus before it, he said the world hated me before they hate you, and look what they did. And did they stop? No. The ego doesn't stop. Your good works will be even spoken evil of. Doesn't matter. You find out the ego is an illusion. It's not eternal. It's a tool like anything else. It's the matrix. It's the belief that you are separated from the presence, that you don't recognize or see the presence in the ego. It doesn't see the presence. It sees what it wants to see, according to the program, and then relies on other people to find confirmation that you're right, or it's right. And that's what it does. It hangs out with people that have the same similar belief, that say words, but words are deceptive. There's wolves in sheep's clothing. They talk the talk, but they don't walk the walk. You can have all the I's dotted and the T's crossed, and if there isn't love there that's being expressed, ego goes around looking for approval, looking for love externally, when in fact it's all internal, because everything, in my opinion, is given the value, the meaning, and the purpose it'll ever have. And if that program is messed up, if you caught a bunch of stuff, the best thing to do is work on yourself. Become the change you want to see in the world, and by example, show that change to people. Love people unconditionally, not what they do. That's the ego, thinking that you can do something to better yourself, to become acceptable to God. That's The things of this world are as filthy rags to God, because that's all ego stuff. That's all opinion. That's all judgment. That's all deciding what is and isn't. You know, the other day I was talking to Leanne, and she said, "Yeah, I believe in God." And I said, "Belief isn't enough. Belief has a lie in it. There's a big hint. You don't have to believe, although it's a term which is so misused. You don't have to believe in God, feel God's presence. It's feeling God's presence. At that point, the ego dissipates and disappears, because you can't take ego into the kingdom of heaven, because it doesn't accept any lies. It doesn't accept stories. Stories are a shadow of what is, pointing to the truth, but isn't the truth. The word water isn't wet. The word love isn't love. And it's a great veil which the ego hides behind and justifies everything it does in order to convince other people that you guys should go. You should do this. You should do that. You should become more perfect. God isn't. God's presence is just spirit. He doesn't know anything in the ways of this world. It's spirit. He's too pure to behold iniquity. That's directly out of the Bible. Well, if he's too pure to behold iniquity, who is not pure enough to behold iniquity? A sense of self, a sense of ego, a sense of separated self, a sense that separates you from the presence which is internal, which is inside. But then the rest of the world that you see is also internal, isn't it? So how far is the presence from you now? I think it's being covered over. I think it's a cover-up job. The presence is timeless. And there is no past, there is no future in the presence. The presence in the now, that everything disappears in the presence. Because it's whole, it's complete. It's everything you want. But this sense of story and the sense of self and the sense of a story, what would you be without your story? I saw it very clearly when I was dying 2 years ago. I was informed by the doctor when I visited the doctor that day that I needed to immediately check myself into the hospital, which was right across the street, and I had a driver because I was in pretty poor shape. And rather than get an ambulance, I was told that we should immediately go over. And I decided at that point, if God wasn't going to heal me, I wasn't interested, so I had instructed my driver to drive me home. And I came home to die. I'm going to die in some stupid hospital, you know. And apparently, I felt like Jonah. For 3 days, I felt like I was in the belly of a whale. Anyway, that's a whole nother story. But what seemed to be the biggest 10 of my life, and I broke my neck in 1980, was told my parents were told I would never walk again. Well, I'm walking. That was the biggest 10 until 2 years ago. I didn't think anything could beat that. It did. It was a big kick in the ass. And what turned out to be the worst experience, the best negative 10 I ever had, turned out to be the best. And the funny thing is, it turned out that a lyric from Bob Dylan came to my attention that really represented what it seemed to be all about. And it was real simple. Those busy not being born are busy dying. If you're not busy being born right now, you're dying. Because the Spirit gives life to your whole life. It makes the simple things of life a pleasure. It gives you a feeling of being alive and creative and giving, and not to one person and withheld from another. The Spirit directs what you should say, what you should do, how you should be, which isn't to say that you're going to be loving to everyone and let them walk all over you. No, it doesn't mean that. The ego can be nasty. It will attack. It doesn't mean anything. There's nothing personal about it. The ego inside your head is the same one outside your head, and it's collectively shared by the ego that I found out is a nice way to keep you home. As soon as you have found home, which is peace, the presence, it's much easier to maintain it as soon as something comes in to disturb your peace than to get sucked into it. Kind of like watching a TV set where you can't help yourself. They've attracted your attention, they mesmerized you, they hypnotized you. Now you're into the game and somebody says, "Honey, it's dinner." You don't hear, "Honey, it's dinner." Instead, you're totally wrapped up in the illusion that's unfolding on TV. And the same thing is true for us being here now, thinking of ourselves as people that are going to help God. He doesn't need any help. He set up the whole principle of everything. Of everything. He created the light and the darkness. He created good and he created evil. You, as a co-creator, as an expression of God, has all these talents that you claim are your own, but they're not. You don't give credit to the presence. You say, "Oh, they're mine. I have a body and a brain, and consciousness is caused by my body." It's all an illusion. And it's one thing to say it. It's another thing to intellectualize it. And it's a whole horse of a different color, you might say, to actually see it, to feel the presence. So my acts, in terms of Joel T. Bridges, when my ego went bye-bye, I didn't know what to do. I didn't know how to behave. Not going after a model where we're going to hold hands and sing kumbaya songs and correct each other. You can correct your brother or sister in love. You don't punish a child in anger. It says you should chastise in love. What does that mean? That means you don't hold anything personally, because the personal is the ego. The source, the presence, the electricity that lights the church also lights the whorehouse. It's real simple.
Man, that's a good one there. I've never heard that one before, but I think there may be some truth to it. Oh gosh. The same electricity lights the church, lights the whorehouse. Yeah. Well, yeah, I can relate to a lot of what you're saying there, Joel, and appreciate what I do know about what you're saying. And but yeah, it's letting self get out of the way and spirit rule and reign and flow freely, spontaneously, spontaneous combustion. spontaneous life, joy, living, freedom. Yeah, it's a blessing. Hello there, building. But I wanted to share something. This is something recent, and I'm still gleaning from it. Um, I've had this kind of an experience twice in the last 20 years. The last time was just about a week ago. The time before that was about 15 years ago. And what the experience was an angel came to me. The first time 15 years ago or so that I recall, the message was that I was going to help orphans. And so I just agreed with it. I didn't try to, like you said, I didn't try to help God. But it happened. Those things did happen. And just like that messenger had come to say, that's what I was going to do. That's what we did. That was the first time, or about the first time that I remember one. The last time was about a week ago. It was Tuesday morning, and I was sleeping, and it was just before I woke up, pretty early in the morning, and I saw this angel, and my first thought was, what is he doing here? Because I thought, well, he must be there for a reason, and then my next thought was, uh-oh. Is he here to take me from here? That's my first thought. Uh-oh. Why is he here? And but that wasn't why he was there. But clearly it was an angel. And so I was like, well, what do you want me to do? Isn't it funny how we do, like you said, well, what should I do? And he wouldn't answer me. Wouldn't give me an answer. He just it was a humble being, like didn't want any attention drawn to him, like he was just there because he was sent to be there, and he was there for a reason, but I didn't quite understand it, and I was like, well, what do you want me to do? And he kind of just moved away from me when I tried to question him, and so I never did hear him say anything. And the other one that came to me 15 years ago, I didn't hear him say anything either. He didn't say a word to me. It was through my wife, and after I woke up, that the message came through her while she was sleeping. She kept saying, "You're going to help the orphans." She didn't even remember that happening. I was shocked. I mean, it just shocked me. I mean, and this last time I was shocked again too. But there was some similarities, but it wasn't the same one. It was a different one this time. But I think what it is it's marking something new that's springing forth. And actually everything is always new in the spirit. But I think it was just, the next day, my wife had a message, and she had shared this with some people that she knows up in Michigan, some relatives, one of which has just gone through brain surgery, and he's recovering now. He's doing well, but this was the message. This was the message. And I think this was the message that he came to give me. But again, it came through my wife. He didn't even say it to me in the dream, when I saw him in my sleep. Do not earnestly remember the former things, nor consider the things of old. Forget the past. Behold, I'm doing a new thing. And it kind of sounded like you were saying that too. And I think this is always true. It's just something that I think he was using to remind me or wake me up to the reality that God's always doing a new thing. He's so creative. I don't think he ever does the same thing the same way twice. or the same. There's no two people exactly the same, or two snowflakes exactly the same, and so forth and so on and on forever. Behold, I'm doing a new thing now in the Spirit. Now it springs forth. It springs forth. It's just like spontaneous combustion. It just, do you not perceive and know it? Now that's the question. Am I paying attention? Am I distracted? Is my soul too wrapped up in me not to see what God's doing? And will you not give heed to it? And then he says, I will even make a way in the wilderness and rivers in the desert. In the place where you think it ain't nothing going to happen here, that's the place where he does it. And you think, well, this is a wilderness. This is a dry place. Maybe this is a dry season in my life. Maybe it just seems like this is the end. That's the place where he makes a way in the wilderness and rivers to spring forth in the desert. And so I got that, and I was like, praise the Lord, you know. And then this brother that I know, he was sharing with me about spontaneous, just spontaneous. He said when Jesus did things, you think he thought about? He just did what he did. He did what he was meant to do. He just flowed in the Spirit, like you were saying. There was this ego in the way. It was all Spirit. And he says, and then, you know, when you shared something earlier, he says, I do not seek the honor that comes from man. He said, but you seek the honor that comes from man. How can you even believe God or know him? And so the Spirit isn't looking for approval from people. The Spirit isn't looking for people's approval. He's Spirit. He's just life. He's moving and flowing and giving, constantly giving freely, eternally. And it's just it's all good. It's all good. It's all good. Oh my. Whew. Yes. And to have connection with Spirit is just life. It's just pure life. It really isn't religion. It's really not organized meetings and rituals and all that. It's really not. And but the ego, like you say, you know, the ego likes that. It's comfortable. It's what I can relate to. It's what I'm familiar with. You know, I can connect to something that I, you know, have seen or done or experienced before. And, you know, and it's just, I guess we all have our own little rituals that we make up. But unless you become as little children, you know, little children, do they you know, orchestrate all these things, and they just live the life. They live it, and spontaneously, and they're interested. They can have an interest in some of the simplest little things and make a game out of something. You don't have to. Little children don't. You know, you don't have to spend $500 on a video box game for little children. You know, when they get older, it's a little different. They want to play those big games. But I remember when we were taking care of some of the children, we would make these little games up just with nothing. There was nothing. It was just out of nothing. We would make up these games and have just have fun. And it was beautiful. And that, but so now it springs forth. Now I make a way in the wilderness and rivers in the desert. They can make a little game where there seems to be nothing to play with. Yeah, but anyways, I did log into the Google room there, and that's very interesting. And so yeah, I can access that now, and so I didn't see any live camera yet, but the picture there of Nice on the mic.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that was good stuff. I think he hit the nail right on the head. And the problem that when you find the presence, it's so easy to lose. It's so easy to lose because that ego, unless it's seen for what it is, unless you're stand like a porter at the door, you know, and aware. You have to be aware in the now of the presence. It's not something in the future. It's not something in the past, you know. I remember years ago, somebody that was a street type person that said it streetwise, in street language. He says, if you have one foot in the past and you have one foot in the future, you're pissing all over the present. And I said, no pun intended, huh? The presence is the presence. The ego evidently is full of beliefs and full of objectives and wants and all this stuff. And whenever you want something, whenever the ego wants something, what it's saying is, God, you're not here. Where did you go? I don't feel your presence. I want. I need. And the mind needs something, that body mind, that ego mind needs something to latch a hold of, something to give it meaning. The meaning is in the presence. The meaning isn't found in the so-called externals, which is what the mind, body mind is all about. It's looking for externals. It's looking for a project. It's looking to accomplish something. It's got to reduplicate what is already complete. The presence is complete. When you are in the presence, you are complete. There is no want, there's no woe, there's no nothing. What seems to suffer is that mind, that body mind. When you're fully in the presence, that's when healings take place. That's when miracles take place. That's when the waters flow from the rocks out of the desert, if you happen to be there. That's when food appears. The presence is everything that you ever wanted. But that isn't what the ego says. The ego says something is lacking. I want. You don't want. If you have the presence, if you're in love, if you've ever been in love, if you've ever been in the presence, you know that you're complete. It says, let every man be a liar. Let God be true. Or let God be true and every man a liar. Judge not, lest you be judged, and then judgment is mine, saith the Lord. Well, if you connect the dots, presence is too pure to behold iniquity, so it doesn't have to judge iniquity. It's too pure, it doesn't see it. The mind doesn't get it. It's too pure. It's too busy giving. When you get that self of yours out of the way, that little self that justifies itself and says, I'm God's little helper and all that kind of stuff. How can you be God's little helper? That's time-oriented. A helper. God is very present in times of trouble. In times of trouble means that one has forgotten the presence, because if you've ever been in love, even the ego that's been in love, it says love is blind. That's where it came from. That love is mistakenly thought to be outside, caused by some external person, when in fact you have to have the receptor for it. They say love stinks. No, it doesn't. That's a substitute for the presence. That unconditional love which doesn't find a special person to show it to. That kind of love is agape love. It's the kind of love that you find within yourself to express to everybody equally. Doesn't matter whether they're, appear to be a scumbag or a thief or a scam artist. That's all ego stuff. That's all time-based, oriented. Things of this world are as filthy rags because they aren't anything compared to the presence. The presence is all that's needed. So maybe the Beatles song, "Love is All You Need," is true. But when the ego thinks about it, that isn't true. See, that the ego says, well, I'm in time, I have these needs, I have this and this and this and this. And no, love isn't all you need. I need a roof over my head. I need food. I need entertainment. I need companionship. I need all. But in the presence, if that's where you reside, that ego is dissolved. The time gets dissolved. You actually go into a timeless place. It's not even a place, it's a space. That rearranges everything. Because with love, just having a simple cup of coffee or sharing something with a friend, which is sharing the presence, that's the only thing you can really share. The symbols of sharing, you know what they say, the thought is what counts. But I don't think of it as a thought. The thoughts can be reordered to be in alignment with the presence in terms of the human need. Divine love always has met and always will meet every human need. Can be looked at in a variety of ways. You can say, well, no, my needs aren't being met. I don't see any food on the table. I don't see this or that. But amazingly enough, when you close your eyes and shut off the senses, if you're in the presence, you're exactly where you need to be. That is the substance. That is the eternal life. That is the spirit, which has always been and always will be. Everything else is changeable, perishable, temporary. And one thing you can count on is it's always changing, That's the way I see it. But then people see it any way they want. And I'm not here to correct people or teach people or be God's little helper. I can't help. I am, and as if the single purpose and meaning of my life is to find the presence and to live there. It doesn't matter what my body is doing on earth. It's going to be naturally led to give what it is I give according to my own programming and conditioning as a human being, with the functionability of it, whether, it's a Don Rickles. They used to tear people a new you-know-what, or a George Carlin, who delivered a very spiritual message for those people that had ears to hear. Humor, the cosmic giggle. Humor is humor, even if it's quote-unquote sick humor. The ego is constantly weighing everything, deciding what it likes, what it dislikes, what's proper, what's not proper. That's the ego. The presence is too pure to behold iniquity. Things of this world, whether it be, the verbiage or whatever it is, if you can see it for what it is, you can actually enjoy this so-called real world, this so-called matrix. It has a lot to offer. But if you pick up on it, it becomes a replacement for the presence, which is what the first commandment is all about. Have no other gods before me. If you have the presence, these other gods, quote unquote, the ego replaces the presence with time-based, oriented want, fulfillment, gratification. And that is a replacement for what is the presence. If you have the presence, it doesn't matter whether you're rich or poor. If you happen to be rich, you may be rich because you can spread the wealth. You don't need 5 mansions, but if 5 mansions are what you're maintaining 5 staff. They're all living there. They're all open to the presence, so you could be a street sweeper. And if you have the presence, you're affecting everybody and everything around you, not even realizing, the people around you not even realizing you and judging you according to the way you look and what you have and all this stuff. These are all stupid replacements for the presence. To look for fame and wealth and glory in the earth, where what you want to do is you want to build your treasure in heaven. You're only passing through. It's passing through you. You are the space in which all of it is passing through. You are the space. That's why that simple thing, I don't know who said it, but wherever you go, there you are. Well, God is everywhere. The presence is everywhere, but it isn't recognized. You can travel 1,000,000 miles from here. You will always be exactly where you are. Always. So it kind of occurs to me that if you are the presence, the illusion is that you are identifying with the bodies to give you the illusion that a body, are traveling through time and space, when the presence is timeless. It doesn't need time and space to be present. It is the great invisible spirit, and it's everywhere. But the apparent illusion is that it's not everywhere, because what we fill our consciousness with the space of the presence, when we're with the presence, as the space, is all this other junk. And we don't realize it's like a 3-dimensional holographic boob tube, where you are the character in it that maintains a story and has to defend your honor or somebody else's honor or the honor of a country, or to die for this imaginary idea of a United States of America, the land of the deluded and disillusioned, believing that it's free and believing the commercials on TV and believing the news and believing this and believing that. 5,000 will fall by your left and 10,000 by your right, but it will not come nigh to thee. That's the presence. That's the acknowledgement of the one supreme source of everything. I make good, I make evil. Well, that's a choice, isn't it? To believe and to see as God sees as God's Son, which is in generic. God's Son is one Son, which is a state of consciousness. Jesus, if you refer to the Bible, it's interesting, the King James Version refers to Jesus as the Son of God, but it's italicized. And Alan Watts points out the italics was put there by the interpreters to denote. But the actual Greek version says Jesus said he was a Son of God. Otherwise, he couldn't have said, greater things than these shall ye do. And you are a son of God as you become and recognize you are a son of God. One son, one spiritual image and likeness of God, which is a spiritual image and likeness which is invisible. But when you identify with your eyes, you're judging everything by the book cover. You're judging it by the way that a man has for what he has for a wardrobe, or what he has for money, or what he has for a significant other, or his status in the community. All of that is as a dirty rag to God, because those things are not eternal. Those things are constantly changing, and they don't necessarily have anything to do with the presence at all, or an idea of love. But that love comes into the matrix says, don't hide your light under a bushel. People will judge you according to their programming, conditioning, and their own egos and their sense of good and evil, and say, oh, no, you can't use those kind of words because that's evil. That's improper. That's, look at this. Let me quote from you from the rule book, the guidebook. They're missing the whole point. You become a law unto yourself, it says. When you are the presence itself, what you are saying and what you're doing is going to go and find whoever it is that's going to hear it in their own way, their own interpretation. Everything that is said in terms of word is open to interpretation. That's pretty obvious if you hang out in Pal Talk or you hang out with people in general. Somebody can say something and somebody's offended and somebody else thinks it's absolutely funny and somebody else got a completely different meaning from it. Even when you take a look at the Bible, you notice the Bible has stayed the same words, but you open it up and all of a sudden you find something new. So where's the knowledge? Where is the knowledge? If you can go to the same book and go back to it and reread a passage and get brand new information from it, where is the information? Is it in the Bible? In the Bible? No, it's in you. You are the one with your relationship with God that has to decide the value, the meaning, and the purpose of everything. And if that is in line with God as God's Son, as you become aware of you being God's Son, then you are the presence, and you won't behold iniquity either, because you might see it, but you don't put any stock in it. But as soon as you believe that there is such a thing, that's what you're subject to. That's the way I see it. And nobody else has to. They don't have to see it the way I see it. They can go and pursue the way they want to see it. Let's see, I have a frozen computer here. And I'm going to have to change computers because my computer is all bound right up here. Let's see if I can get out of this. Nope. My screen is frozen. Something is hanging up here. Let's see, are we still on the air? Evidently, Pal Talk just crashed.
Up here. Welcome back, Joel. And so see if Joel wants to take the air here first.
Yeah, my Pal Talk crashed, as you noticed. But I was still broadcasting on Google Hangouts. So if you'd been in there, see, that's the problem. My computer, I need a new computer. I have Windows XP, but it's not in the budget right now for any new equipment. God's going to have to provide that equipment if I'm going to be able to serve people better and do what I'm going to do. I've got lots of computers, but they're all 2005, 2006 all but one desktop, laptop is a XP. So they figure, it says if the Lord doesn't build a house, the workers labor in vain. And so I've taken that attitude towards stuff. The burden is light, the yoke is easy. And I just utilize to the best of my ability what I've been given to use. But it's become pretty obvious lately with this new stuff that I'm very limited in what could be a much better production. I seem to be called to do what I do because I don't know what else to do. Not that it makes any difference. I mean, the presence really is the primary thing. I have explained to folks that come into this facility that the number one thing isn't accomplishing anything. If you're going to accomplish anything, accomplish the presence, because without it, you labor in vain. Your accomplishments mean nothing on the physical level, because what's running the universe, what's behind everything, is the presence. And that's really the most important thing. The most important thing of a person's life is to find the presence, to find the kingdom of God within. And at that point, it doesn't matter what the state of affairs says about what's going on in terms of this, of a you that's in a world of lack and deprivation and messed up people and all of that. It's kind of like going to heaven before it's time, You're still in the world, but not of the world. You know what I mean? I think you know what I mean. Yeah. So I had a guy here last fall that seemed to need to have a clue, and I told him he started seeing how Mr. Bridges was a tool that I use to represent the ego, which is a tit for tat. The ego will love you if you love it. I'll love you, you love me, then we have a deal, right? We make a deal. That's the ego kind of love. It can change in an instant, so that all of a sudden one or the other was tempted to believe a lie, and then the other one, whoever's first into the lie, making something of a lie that says there's anything other than God in the presence of God, we get sidetracked, and if you're both screwed up, well, then your personal relationship comes to an end. But where it says 2 or more are gathered in my name, well, that to me means where 2 or more are gathered in the presence. And the presence becomes paramount. It becomes the most important thing. Never mind what you're accomplishing on earth. If you've arrived at the presence and you're living your life from that presence, that's what counts. That's putting your treasure in heaven, not putting it on earth where moth and corruption and rust carries it off, where thieves break in and steal. That'll always be that way. And as long as there's any tidbit that attracts your attention in this world, you will be pulled into this world and you will suffer the consequences of not being in the presence. You will think the presence has disappeared. You will think that God is being mean and causing all these things to happen to you. And why me, Lord? That me, why me, Lord, is the ego, part of yourself, making itself into something that says, I'm apart from, and why should you do this to me? It's pointing out the very fact that you're not trusting God and you're not in the presence of God. You're not being still. and knowing I am. It's a real simple thing, but not so simple to practice, is it? Not so simple to get from here to there. So as long as you're holding on to anything of this world, the presence has a very difficult time manifesting in a mind like a cup that's already full. You have to empty the cup all the time. Empty the cup. Something comes in. You were saying something about being renewed. We were talking about that, and that's what it is. Well, it isn't just emptying the cup so that you're going to get a refill. It's emptying the cup every second, every moment. It's allowing the past to trail behind you, going into nothing. It fades away, just like the ship cutting through the water. The ship, with you on it, never goes anywhere, but there's like time. You never go anywhere. Time seems to be what the ship is cutting through. And as it passes by, it fades into the distance. So what I saw when I was under the illusion that God had left me was I finally saw how this stuff was just passing through me. And it was fading right behind me, and I saw my life for 3 days. I saw not my life flash before my eyes, but my life as a story, and different feelings and emotions and data from when I experienced my first Christmas, my first this and the first that, and all of it was seen for what it was, as a story. I got a big clue that during that period of time. It's something that intellectually, I could intellectualize it all, but that was part of the mind that thrives on stories. Hey, Joyful, how's it going? Rick and I are having a little chit-chat here. You're welcome to join in if you'd like. We're broadcasting live on Google Hangouts at the moment.
Oh, that's cool. I literally just woke up, like, right now. Good morning. Good morning.
Good morning. You got your morning voice on, huh? Getting up, sleeping in on Sunday. Usually up a lot earlier.
Yeah. Actually woke up in the middle of the night last night and watched a movie. So I went back to sleep, and it is 8:21 a.m. So yeah, this is me sleeping in. Felt very nice. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I used to have a schedule at one time. I remember that. That was really cool. You feel well rested now?
Yeah, I think so. And then all the body stuff will be kicking in here soon. I'll have to go take my morning poop. And I'll get a cup of tea, and my morning voice will go away, but I'm going to enjoy it while it's here. Let's see what else. Oh, yeah, I'll have that really big stretch. That big stretch, that morning stretch. Yes, Joel, yes, I did. I enjoyed whatever I'm enjoying, whenever I'm enjoying it, every time I enjoy, which is, yeah. Yes.
Well, we'll let you get some coffee. As a matter of fact, I need some myself. Anybody want to contribute? I don't allow dead air when we're broadcasting. So if nobody has anything to say, I'll put on a little bit of music for, we'll take a little music break here so I can get some coffee. Joyful can start waking up, and then we'll be back with more of ThoughtBridgeRadio.com being broadcast over member stations of the Worldwide Radio Network.com, the Worldwide Network.com, and of course, right now we're live on YouTube as well as Google. To check it out, www.thoughtbridge.tv. And before we go to some music, let me ask Rick if he would like to have any commentary and continue our discussion that we've been having this morning. Very, very interesting stuff. Some very good points Rick has brought up here. He calls himself a Christian. I could call myself and label myself anything, but I decided to give up on that. Different strokes for different folks. We all reach those that we're supposed to reach if the presence is present. Each person will receive and hear what they need to hear in the time that they need to hear it. And one size does not fit all unless you're talking about love. But even that is open to interpretation, obviously. It reminds me of when there was a gathering of folks and each of the various people gathered heard when they were speaking, heard in their own tongue what it was that was being said. Kind of reminds me of that. I forget the exact passage where that was in the Bible, but maybe Rick knows. You know what I'm referring to?
Yeah, I'm familiar with that, Joel. It's in the book of Acts. It's after the resurrection and ascension. Jesus told his disciples, wait for the promise of the Father in Jerusalem. Then you'll be my disciples in the whole world, throughout the whole world. They'll have power to be his witnesses, and that power was the Spirit. And it did happen. The Spirit came upon them when they were in one accord. They came together in unity, and the power of God flowed through them, and they began to praise him in different languages and tongues that they never knew. And just supernatural communication flowed from them, and people could understand what they were saying in their own language. It was pretty amazing. Actually, Peter said, this is that which was spoken of by the prophet Joel. Ironically, we got Joel here with us today. Joel's still with us. Joel. This is that which is spoken of by the prophet Joel, that before the coming of the great and dreadful day of the Lord, he would pour out his Spirit upon all flesh, and they would prophesy. And it would be these amazing things started to happen, because they became united with Spirit and life. And it changed them, and it changed the world, and it continues to do so. And so, yeah, I'm familiar with that, and I can kind of relate to it in my own experience, having encountered the Spirit in August of 1993. Not that he was ever far from me, but I just wasn't aware. And that which actually is what Jesus spoke of about being born again of Spirit. You must be born again to see an end of the kingdom of heaven. Otherwise you can't. You just won't know it's there, and so forth. But I had a little thing I wanted to do here. Remember that? Clint Eastwood? Go ahead, punk. Make my day. You feeling lucky today? Remember that? Come on, you remember that, Joel? The book of Joel? Joel? Yeah, now it springs forth. Now. See, it didn't end past, but God's present now. His presence is His present now. Oh, how do you like that one? His presence is His present right now. Oh my! I feel the anointing oil of His presence. I tell you what, I love it when this happens. His presence is His presence. His present is His presence right now. Is there a greater gift than having His presence present and feeling that presence? To me, that's the ultimate, is to be connected with and feel and aware of, and not distracted by the other stuff, but feel His presence. And like Joel was saying earlier about practicing stillness, and be still and know that I am God, and listen for that still small voice. And but that's not easy to do, because we kind of like to be busy, don't we? Huh? Or is it just me? Am I the only one? I don't think I'm the only one. But something about when you come to that place of the presence, you practice the presence, and that's the present, practicing the presence, being aware. And so they became aware on that day that we're speaking about there, of the presence. And they actually could hear the sound of a mighty rushing wind when the Spirit began to manifest into that place where they were. Yeah, an awareness. My. Yeah, and He says, I'm with you always, I will never leave you or forsake you. I'm with you always, even to the end of the age. Well, even beyond the end of the age, forever. He has chosen to be present with us as His present. His presence is His present. But, so yeah, now I'm getting stirred up. Stir up the gift. Stir up the gift that's within you. Yeah, the joy. Let the joy bells ring. True joy. We got joyful 8 and true joy. We got this joy that we have. This joy, to me, it is supernatural. It's just beyond the natural joy. It's supernatural joy. It's true joy. One of the fruits of the Spirit, love, joy. Love, joy, love, joy, love, joy, peace. This is what Spirit is. Love, joy, and peace. That's what He is. That's what's joy. Yeah, the joy of the Lord. And I'll tell you, I had another encounter with Spirit one time when my mind got out of the way, and Joel was talking about this, how our minds, the soul, the ego gets in the way of Spirit and distracts us and deceives us and leads us this way and that way. I remember one time I had an experience, the soul got out of the way, and I was sleeping. It was, and resting at night, and I had fallen asleep with this beautiful symphony music playing. I had spent several days stilling my soul, getting my soul still. And then about the third day, and I was fasting at that time, I went to sleep, and I stopped listening to the music I normally listen to, and I started listening to some just more quiet, peaceful type stuff, and the symphony music. And I had fallen asleep with the symphony music playing, and I had a vision, and again, it was like, well, it had to be an angel. This is probably the third time I've seen one. Now, that was the first time, I think, but since then there's been 3. I just shared about the other one just a little while ago, just a week or so ago. But in this one, this person came up to me, and he looked into my eyes, and he looked past my soul. In other words, when he looked at, the eyes are the windows of the soul. You can sometimes tell how people are feeling, how they're doing, just by looking in their eyes. You can see sometimes guilt, shame, fear, or joy, or whatever in the soul, in the eyes. The eyes will sometimes tell you. And so this person looked in my eyes, and he went past my eyes. He went through the gaze. His vision was past my soul into my spirit. And when he looked into me, there was this joy that was just, it was explosive. It was beyond what I had ever experienced before. And it was just like, and I heard this beautiful music surrounding me, these beautiful chimes, and I couldn't feel my physical body at all. Couldn't feel my physical body. It was all nothing but spirit, Joel. It's just all pure spirit. And in that experience, I did not want to leave that place because it was just so wonderful. It was pure, true joy. And then all of a sudden, I woke up and I went, oh no. And the music was still playing. It was the same music I was actually hearing, but I was sleeping, but it was playing, and there was chimes, and it was beautiful, and it was peaceful music. But I woke up and I went, oh no. I was a little disappointed because I didn't want to leave that place of pure joy that was just like, I call it, beyond laughter, I call it laughter joy times 1,000. It was just so explosive and powerful, and I could tell it was no limit to it. It was just pure spirit. That's what I think eternity is like, forever. It's with God, eternal joy. This joy, it just never ends. It's just, and I had a little glimpse of that. I had just a little taste. Maybe it made me kind of hungry. It gave me a little thirst for the spirit, see? And because deep down inside, our spirit wants that, needs that connection, and it's available. It's been made available to us. So. But practicing his presence, yep. So anyhow, are you ready, Joel, for some music? I was going to test out my sound card in the room here, play one of my songs. I thoroughly want to share. We'll see about that, though, in a moment. Your mic.
Okay, there we go. The only thing we have to remember now that we're doing Google is we can't play any copyrighted material. Otherwise, a little pop-up comes up and says if you keep playing this song, your broadcast is going to end. I think, I haven't tested it, but I think if you're playing a cover, that it's your own voice, your own instruments. These are all unknown areas, like karaoke. If you added your own voice, would they pick up on the actual song? Unless it was karaoke music in a kind of a different version. I don't know. We can always test it out. But I did test it when that started happening. I did a test on there, and I did play some stuff and allowed it to shut off the broadcast. And what's really weird about this is it will broadcast up to 8 continuous hours uninterrupted. If your computer crashes, the broadcast is saved. It's already archived on the site. You can instantly start from the beginning and start listening to it. And it doesn't seem, if you do have some copyrighted material there, I guess it just ends it and allows a certain amount of it, kind of like book reviews. They say in books, you can quote, material from the book, as long as you're giving credit for it and, short bursts. And the same thing for the music. You can get away with a certain amount of time on the music. So far that part has worked, so we could try it. But be aware that if you go to something that is copyrighted and something a little pops up, I would have to, have you discontinue it, but we can give it a try if you'd like.
Okay, yeah, I'd like to try it out, Joel. This song is one that I recorded and had produced and sang, and it is my copyrighted song. So I'm definitely not breaking their rule by playing my copyrighted song. They might not recognize it as such. I don't know, but it is mine. But if anything does happen, I just won't play it if they don't recognize it. Looks like we have a hand up here, Conscious Love. Why don't you go ahead and share what you wanted to share, and then come up and try that song out.
I don't really know what I'm about to say. I'm just going along with it. I'd just like to say hi, and may all beings remember the love within their hearts, and may all beings remember the peace and face their fears.
Yes, thank you. Appreciate that very much. Wonderful, that was wonderful. Okay, let's try it here. I'm going to switch over to my internal mic. This song is called Everything is Possible, and it's about having a little bit of faith that can move mountains. Everything. Well, I'm glad that went off okay. That is my copyrighted music for Google's information. Yes, indeed. So, well, we'll share it with Google too. Why not? Hey. And it looks like I have a call.
right, you're listening to ThoughtBridgeRadio.com, and we are broadcasting over member stations of the Worldwide Radio Network and the WorldwideNetwork.com, as well as archiving, broadcasting on YouTube live right now. You can find our live broadcast by going to ThoughtBridge.tv. God, we got so many things here. Oh dear. Looks like I've got the wrong link on the banner here. There's no www involved. So I guess I'm going to have to change that. Let's get rid of that. Must be just http:// jtb.thoughtbridge.tv, and now the other one is www.thoughtbridge.tv, which is a good starting place. You can find our live broadcast, folks, if you go down to thoughtbridge.tv and check it out. You can actually click on a link. It's about 40-50 seconds behind the live version, where if you're in the studio, you're hearing me live right now, but if you go to that link, it is live, but it's about 40 seconds delay, 40 to 50 seconds. At least that's what I found. Well, thank you, Rick. That was great. And Rick has got a phone call going on there. So any other comments? Anybody would like to contribute to our broadcast? If not, I've got some coffee that's ready. I made a pot of coffee. I was listening to everything, but I was busy making coffee, and now it's ready. I really don't have anything else to say at the moment. But if you do, feel free. It's open mic here.
Well, let's see. I got my tea. I had my morning poop. And you know what I was thinking, Joel? Not that you care, but since you're here and I can make some noise and you can hear the noise I'm making, I'm going to say it. Yeah. I never really thought very much about, serious about getting a tattoo, but now that I'm getting older, and I know that probably I really know, but because we don't know what's going to happen really, but maybe eventually it's a possibility that somebody's going to be taking care of this body when I can't really, when I don't really take care of it anymore, you know what I mean? And I was thinking I could get a tattoo that tells people what my body's morning routine is. Like when you first get me up, it's not going to take very long. I'm going to have that morning poop. So if you want to avoid having to change a diaper full of poop or something like that, you could just set me on the toilet, because it's not going to take very long. As soon as my body starts moving around at all, it's time to do that. But then I thought, if I got a tattoo, I don't know how I would say that, how I would word it, but because it couldn't be too long, nobody's going to take time to really read it probably, if it's very long. But if I did do that, gave them instructions of how this body kind of does its thing, then I thought, well, wait a minute, maybe they wouldn't feed me the same way I feed myself, and maybe I wouldn't be as regular. So if they fed me shit, and I ended up getting stopped up like most people do because they eat shit and they get stopped up, then that won't work out. Then they'll be saying, well, she's not taking a morning poop the way she normally said she would on these instructions on her tattoo. So I guess I won't get a tattoo that says that because they probably will be feeding me crap. I doubt very much they're going to prepare food that's really good that makes me very regular like I am. Other than that, let's see, the tea, let me check it. The tea's pretty nice this morning. Yeah, it's pretty good. Not too sweet. Nice and warm. And let me try my vape. Try my vape. Yeah, my vape's good too. So it's all good. Oh, Angel's Wings, you came back. You didn't get to hear what I said. You had typed something to me, and I wanted to be clear what I was saying to you. So I'm glad you're back. I said, no, Angel, it's just clear that if he's gone to do something else, then he has something else to do. It didn't take me pretending I was a medium to see that. Well, I don't know what else he had to do. You probably know him better than I do. I don't even know who he is. I have no idea, but I'm just saying if he's not there with you, if your fiance left you and he's off doing something else, then he had something else to do. It's just simple, you know. He had something else to do. Do we know if he's going to come back? No, but guess what? You'll know if he's going to come back. It's simple. If he comes back, then he'll come back. See how that works? Anyway, okay. So I'm just going to, oh, my daughter's up. I'm going to go hug my daughter. Good morning. All right. Have fun, guys. I'll be right back.
Yeah. Well, how many people don't have audio? Let's check. We're on Pal Talk here. Be back in a bit, Joyful says. All right. Have we got audio now? Realize to actualize. Welcome to the room. It seems that Pal Talk doesn't know his. Wow. Hello? Anybody hear me? I have to check. All right, we got a confirmation. All right, good deal. All right. Yeah, tune to thoughtbridgeradio.com. We're broadcasting right now live. And if you want to tune in the live portion of this, you're already tuned in. But if you want to see it on YouTube, you can go to www.thoughtbridge.tv. And you can also get to be a guest in the video portion of this in the studio. And all you got to do is go to, well, you'll see it on the banner, the link. That should be self-explanatory. And so we're looking for guests. So, Christoph, do you have audio? No response. So I guess he doesn't have audio. Not even responding to text. Oh, I'm not on his buddy list either. That's very irritating. Very irritating. All right, well, we're going to go to some music here. He says he's going to have to reboot. Well, let's go over to a little bit of music in the meantime. We'll be right back, folks. You need to grab something from the kitchen or need to beat the kids this morning? There might be enough time for that. We'll be back just in a few minutes. Alrighty, we went to a little bit of music because we couldn't get a response from anybody. Nice to have you joining us here this morning. It's a Sunday morning. Looks like we're coming up on the top of the hour. Anyway, if you go to www.thoughtbridge.tv, you'll find where we're live being broadcast not just on the Worldwide Radio Network and the worldwidenetwork.com, but also YouTube. About 40, 50 seconds. If you go down there, you'll see it live. We've been looking for guests to interview. And we've found a few people so far. Always looking for more. So if you'd like to be interviewed, or you have something you'd like to promote, let's put it this way. If you got something to share, whether it be music, an invention, a product, a service, a book, your humor, a human interest story, your Google Hangout broadcast, or any other website you use for podcasting, or your website, you can contact me and let me know. I'm always looking for interesting folks to interview and feature on www.thoughtbridge.tv. You can call me toll free at 1-888-806-6233. And you'll probably get voicemail. So be sure and leave a message, and the best time to call you, I'll call you back. Very rarely do I answer unless I activate the number for taking calls live on the air. Number which is available on the air, if you call 207-778-6500, that will also get you on the air, but obviously you pay for the call, and a lot of people have free calling, so big deal. Anyway, we appreciate your feedback, whether it's positive or negative, just to let us know how we're doing or some stuff you'd like us to feature, anything at all. So you can also email me at jtb@thoughtbridges.com. We continue with a little bit more music. We'll be back. Don't go away unless you want to. I have an open mic here in our studio audience located on peltalk.com. But if anybody would like to join the live broadcast, the television portion of this, on a Google Hangout, all you got to do is go to www.thoughtbridge.tv and look for where it says present broadcast. Find that link. Should be right there in front of you. Hit that link and you'll see it highlighted in yellow. Very simple. But you need a Google account to access it, folks. To actualize. He's got his hand up here. Let's go over to him and find out what's on his mind.
Kleinen Moment mal kurz. Klar, ganz kleinen Moment mal kurz, okay? Oops, sorry about that.
Wow. Well, that's synchronicity for you. Why don't you just put them on speakerphone? That could be fun. Yeah, especially if it's your mother or somebody. Yeah, I always find that fun. All right, well, you had me interrupt the music, stopped. Now what am I supposed to do? You make me look like a fool. Total fool. Yeah, I stop the thing, I announce you, then you take a phone call, which is more important than telling the person you can't talk right now. You go to the phone call, leave me holding the bag, and what do I do now? Go back to the music? Yeah, look foolish. That's okay. I do a good job all by myself. Right? So here we go, back to the music. Let me know when Your Highness is available to actually talk with, okay? kill Live Talk Radio. Oops. Yeah, here we go. How are you guys doing anyway?
Yeah, all going good with me, I think. Yeah. More stuff, and he seems to be alright. But other than that, I take it he will. Cosmic best wishes too. And yeah.
They don't have a button that people can obviously see that somebody's talking, and they're talking
so they
to
just
me.
keep going. Okay.
Yeah, so they don't realize it's like I'm on the phone. If I'm on the phone and you came in and you said, and yes, that'll be a deal. Yeah, that's, 3 million. Yeah, sure. Well, how about 2.5 million? And of course, hey,
yeah, I get distracted.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah, and the show goes to hell. That's why ThoughtBridge Live was invented. Well, I love it when technology works. Oh, God, you gotta love it, huh, folks? I remember my encounter with the first computer. It wasn't long after that I understood the saying to err is human, but to really screw things up takes a computer. Yeah. All right. That I could just inject whatever was going on and say, fuck it,
You're getting feedback. Is that from the speakers facing each other?
Oh, yeah, that's because...
Is this the kind of coffee you're looking for?
There! Wow, cool!
I got the 100% weak ones.
Oh.
Here's the receipt on that. It's
Wow.
828 or something.
Hello. Oh.
I'll let you take that stuff away.
Oh. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, all right, here we are. Finally, we got a handle on it, kids.
What color?
Jeez, I haven't even smoked anything today.
Huh? Yeah.
No.
Oh, is that good or bad?
It's neither one. It's just a statement of
I'll bring
fact.
these dishes up then, huh? This was one that I bought your pizza off, right?
Oh, yeah. Phew.
So,
Yeah.
Morning, Glenn?
Okay, well, now let me pay attention to what happened. I don't really hear much of anything you had to say.
All right, good morning.
Okay, I got hints.
All right.
Something about store and credit.
Yeah, Virginia went up and she wanted to get a laptop.
Yeah.
So she got a laptop and an iPad on her Rent-A-Center.
Rent-A-Center?
Rent-A-Center? Yeah,
Yeah.
she builds credit to it. I know it's outrageous. The price is usually extreme, but she's been a gold member for a long time, where she's had good credit with them. So
I think I got a call from Rent-A-Center about somebody I didn't recognize the name.
Was that today?
Yeah.
I don't think she would have put you down there. I don't know. Maybe she paid you for that.
Yeah, I think she did. Matter of fact.
I don't know why she would have used you as a reference if she maybe has just been staying here or something. Or
Saturday, May 3rd at 4:38 p.m. from phone number 207779090. Duration 18 seconds. Hey Joel, it's Jeremy at Rent-A-Center. Give me a quick call because Jenny Gordon would like to set up an account with me.
Jenny Gordon?
Virginia Gordon, yeah. She should have asked you that first. I mean, she is since.
Well, I didn't even know.
Virginia, she goes by Jenny. Remember Virginia? I don't know why she put your name down without asking. Without talking
Yeah, and I didn't recognize the Gordon. I didn't even know her last
call her
name.
that?
I didn't even know her last name.
Yeah, Virginia Gordon.
Which reminds me, I'm very slack at what I do. See, I have all the information, as I explained. I know how to teach the information, but I have no willpower to keep it all together and keep that information in my head anymore.
Wow.
It's like I can bring it all together to train someone,
Yeah,
but then after I'm done training, which I don't want anything to do with that information anymore, and to go, and it's out. I have.
That's way
I have.
more than
This is for people that need thoughts and need places to go and money to make and things to do. And if they want to hang out with me, if they learn what it is that I can train them to do, when I bring it together to train them, they can make money because that's mainly what they're interested in. They want money. They want to have a life. They want all that. I don't give a fuck. I just gave up on the human thing February 8th, so I'm just, I make the concession.
Give up on the human thing. You've accepted your ascension.
Yeah. Well, you know, it's not even an ascension. There's no interest. There's no interest in the people, you know, Mr. Bridges calls them morons, dreamers, asleep. They don't know what's important. I don't, my personal relationship with it too is I say that I don't know, but I do know the matrix. I know how the human mind operates, and I backed off from it like a planet, like a starship, like a little thing that just moved away from it, got further and further away from it, so it's like, that's just one area of the mind. It's the human program that has all kinds of neat emotions and feelings and all that stuff. And I just as soon go for nothing. For nothing. Nobody's interested in nothing. I haven't found anybody interested in nothing. They all seem to want something.
I like a mixture.
But here's the thing. There isn't anybody to like it anymore. You say you want a mixture. Well, I don't care. It's like I want to let go of the thing that says I want anything.
Get to the nothing where there's nothing want. I'm not talking about wants, but I'm talking
Wait a minute.
about...
You know what you said, though? You said I want a mixture. I'm saying even beyond that concept, I don't care.
Well, we talk about mixture now. Wait a minute. Because part of recreating something out of nothing is I mean, I get bored with nothing, you know. So I don't, because you know why? Experience.
Why? You know why you don't get bored with nothing? Because I can't do it.
Because you can't do it.
I can't do it.
Right.
I can't do it, so I can't ever get bored with it.
So there's always something in the
because
nothing.
when there's actually nothing, there is nothing.
Right.
But there is something, so I can't get bored because it's coming in. I'm going, wait a minute, I don't want nothing. No, you can't have nothing.
You know something? I got something. I'm going to give you a piece of this. Next time you figure it all out.
I don't want to figure it out anymore. I don't want it. I don't want to figure it out. I don't want to do it. I don't want to do shit, but I have to do it. Because it's better than sitting there drooling on yourself going, what the fuck?
This will put you in a different state of...
Oh, my God.
Yeah.
Oh, Jesus, that's really got quite the stink to it. Holy moly.
This stuff is called the alien dog. Speaking of alien dog.
Yeah, maybe we should try a little of it, eh? My goodness gracious.
So we now have acquired a laptop, and a Dell laptop, and a iPad.
You're paying a fortune for that shit, though.
No, I understand. But there's a method.
It'd be better for me to sell her mine. Just get the frickin' password.
The thing is, she's already had a gold card membership with them, so she's already paid for them. I know.
Oh, God, people that
builds a credit
buy off
for
of
her.
them, I just feel so bad for them.
I've never done anything like that. I've never had any kind of rent-to-own situation.
I've had a lot of people get into it, and they're just, I cannot fucking believe
how much they pay a lot.
How much they actually pay through the nose for this shit.
She's doing her own thing with that, but I decided that I'm going to put her to work, and so she can learn some bookkeeping stuff. Plus, she's going to use the laptop for school.
Oh, guess what? I called Nano up. She says, well, I'm getting back into my bookkeeping stuff, and I just want to know what categories and stuff. And then it dawned on us after we got back on the same page that what she said, I said, you know, I have this bookkeeping I've had for 8 years. It covers everything.
So you redirected her back to the situation.
Right, and I thought she didn't want to learn it. Okay. So now she's open. I gave it away, and then it comes back. You know, that's what's weird about it. When you relinquish the power, then the power got transferred to her. Then she started thinking about it. Then I said, well, I've got it. And now it's in her her power to make the decision, so she comes back and says, yeah, that would make more sense than
Well, I'm waiting for her to
Going
actually
over.
take my phone number and utilize it. You see, because I've given her my phone number once, it ended up on a piece of paper on the floor. You
right.
see, so now
Well, she couldn't even learn how to do the damn phone. I mean, look, how much learning does it take for this? Okay, that's what you do, and you go like that, and then you press that. That's three things, and all she had to learn. She hasn't learned it yet.
Yeah.
Hasn't
So I was
learned it
just
yet.
curious of how this was going to transpire as far as the bookkeeping thing was to be concerned. But in the meantime, what I'm trying to do is, Virginia, where she decided to get this laptop, that she can probably navigate, do some things, and learn something with that. It's a tool that helps put her in control. And I think if she is able to put this together, like she had been doing schoolwork, and it involved a ride to school every day for her GED. So now she can do the online courses right on the internet. And she was going to ask you about paying you for to use the internet. You said something about $20 a month or something.
Yeah.
So she can do that probably by tonight, I think.
That's conditional on the fact that when I'm actually doing a show,
Right. She knows
that I don't
she's
get
totally
interfered
aware of
with.
that. She's fine with that, so we can correlate it around. You know, I think the important thing is that once she gets into the routine as well, that she'll know when you're on, when you're not. I explained to her that she's fine with that.
Well, of course, you never know when I'm on, when I'm not. So all she would have to do is check with me.
Right, check with you.
You know, that would take a quick phone call
I just think it
to.
would be a good thing for her, since she has so many physical problems doing
Oh,
work.
yeah.
That
Yeah.
if she could utilize the computer for
Oh, absolutely.
filing all this stuff, working on her GED, which I think is important.
Yeah.
And online, to get her into that's the ball in her court. She loves it.
I'm here to serve whatever
Well,
people can do.
Well,
you know?
we're completely, I think, on the same page. Maybe looking at it a little differently, and I
Yeah.
know how to work.
And the
with it.
differences are good, because then that's part of the fun of
Oh, yeah.
trying to come up with something that will.
I would not want to press you into an Artie mode or me be pressed into the Joel mold, but the whole thing altogether, I think, works well if everybody is at least on the same page.
Yeah.
So,
Well, I think the first thing you start with is spirit. You start with the spirit, and then be open to what it says to you. Because for me, if I could boldly say the spirit speaks to me, if there's such a thing as a chattering mind, you've got to tell the difference between the idea of having a mind that speaks to you. Most people think these are my thoughts. Only when there is a non-recognition of the source, they take it upon themselves to own what they think is theirs, but it actually belongs to the source. When there's an acknowledgement that the thoughts are from source, and that there is a standard, the thoughts bless everybody, for one thing. There's a certain kind of feeling. There isn't any wanting to get something at somebody else's expense.
Right.
It's a sharing of wanting something to serve other people, and in the serving other people, you find you are served yourself.
Exactly.
You know.
Yeah, it's like my sponsor told me. He says, "Have you ever noticed that when you're trying to get help, the resources are pretty fucking thin?" He says, "But when you want to help somebody else, everybody needs help."
Yeah, right. Exactly.
And
even the separated people appreciate it. Evidently, it brings source energy out of them too. They just don't recognize that it's source energy coming to them.
Oh, I had a great conversation with Virginia last night. You know how when your words spoken, when you know when somebody knows, it's more of a feeling.
Right, exactly.
Comprehension, understanding of the feeling. You don't have to. You understand? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You just know that they know by their expression, their body language. You feel the vibration of the consciousness, the connecting of the consciousness.
Right.
I had some good conversation with her last night, and I think just one thing that was missing was I think that she had been focusing so much on the problem that there was no focus on the solution, and now she's starting to see there's a solution instead of focusing and spending all her time.
Yeah, that simple concept. If you can let go of the problem and let the universe solve it. See, the ego has such a vested interest and a focus. It's hypnotized by the problem, so it can't see the forest for the trees. So if it's willing to let go,
let go, let it go,
and let go and let God at that point, be patient and say, okay, I've given it to you, the universe. You'll give me I've seen that over and over.
Far better results. That's
Far better. But how do you convince somebody that that's the way to go?
No, it's tough. It's tough, and I found myself at times trying to convince that idea that I lost the point myself.
Right.
See, so that's me going beyond my efforts and getting into the results, which is none of my business.
Right. What? Directed, and those people that think that they don't acknowledge the source, they don't have a clue as to how it works. Because it's like the old expression, we're passing this way but once. And it's like what you're leaving behind is a trail of a dream, because when having experienced what seemed to be passing over, or a death experience, call it what you will, I saw my life as a vapor. I saw the whole thing as a vapor, as a story.
Dissipate, you're there, and then it's like, wow, all that for what? Just to realize that it didn't even really matter. It's just that point of conscious understanding of love.
I was caught in time. Time to me was, you build a goal, you get there. Build a goal, you get there, and then you have all these little goals and little get theres, and you're always separated from yourself to get someplace, which is all going to just vanish. But the actual thing is the presence. If you can find that presence, it's going to build its own story. And who's to say that it's better than somebody else's story, or that this is? You see in the Bible, not to get religious, but data says things of this world are as filthy rags. So what is this world if the mind can assemble it and say that there's something to make out of it? If it's such a filthy rag, all you're doing is just rearranging filthy rags. There's got to be something beyond that.
It's pretty congested. If you look at congestion, as the filtering system being congested, I think that the mind of God is a fluent thing. If you want to look at that, all conscience of fluent. It's not something that sits and festers or compounds stuff to create anything other than flow.
There's a flow.
There's a flow.
There's a flow.
And I think I like the concept of being standing still in space and everything just flowing, and to really know we're not really moving, we're just in stillness of it, and it's all moving around us and through us. It's kind of neat, because if you really stop and breathe, then that's exactly what happens.
I watched a video earlier today that I thought was really cool.
What's the video?
I don't know. It could have been yours at one time.
It's great. It's not mine.
Oh.
I didn't agree. That's my eyes. Agree.
That was a good video. I'd love to be able to share some of those things with you, but time is limited.
Is it? Well, it is at the moment, I guess.
Yeah.
Charge this. I wanted to see about the possibility of spending the night right here in Farmington with Virginia's family with the granddaughters and essentials. Granddaughters. See if there's anything else that can be done.
Have you filled the gas tank yet?
Yes, it's completely full. Yep.
All right, you reset the odometer.
I did at the point of...
Started the books again?
Yes. At the point of filling it, I reset it. We had 6,000 miles, and then what I did today.
Good, so the only thing that we need to in order to go forward on this transfer of the car, we're looking for the light bill being paid in advance.
Yep.
Okay, what else is there? Because I don't remember all this.
Well,
if I have a secretary...
One of the things that was, I guess, when I moved in, or I came in as a guest, you said something about paying in advance on the donation or working it off.
Right.
And so I want to work off.
Oh, I think that the working off is good, but
Yeah.
my rule of thumb always, I have to go by what I went earlier. This
Well,
is when I
let's just-
can't modify it.
Right.
If I have the cash, there's no reason why I can't modify it and say, well, you know, what I need is what I need to see the vision of this that will help everybody get to have a better situation in which they live in. Oh, yeah, that would be cool.
Well, at this point,
How about changing the sign
changing the sign as
every day?
Yeah, you said every hour at one point.
Well, yeah, it could be every
On
hour,
a daily,
but I wouldn't.
I could obligate myself. I obligate myself to turning a light on once every morning and shutting it off at night. So if I
Turning
can
on for what?
for the light to the buds,
Oh, yeah.
plants. So if I obligate myself to that, and I've been consistent with that, that's
Yeah.
something. If I can incorporate that at the same time,
Oh,
then you're good for twice a day.
yeah. Yeah. Turning it off. What time do you turn it off?
It's usually on by 6:30 in the morning and off at 6:30 at night.
So you're duplicating the sun.
Yes.
Wouldn't it make more sense to do it at night, or
It's
that interferes with your sleeping out in the
yeah. Well, yeah. Well, it all. I mean, it doesn't really.
Really?
Yeah, it doesn't really matter. Yeah, you know, the reason why, like, I usually do it during the daytime. You know, because.
I tell you, I'm going to put in a request to the universe that I get somebody to fill in the gaps on the handy work, because we don't have a handyman at the moment. Right now, Nano needs an internet connection. I don't want to deal with it.
Well, I mentioned going to Wilton and picking up Mike, and I tried him on the phone about a week and a half ago, or 2 weeks ago when I first talked to you about it.
It should be easier than that. But
Yeah,
what I'm looking
yeah.
for is somebody that's going to be around a while, that wants a regular job, part-time. I could give them billboard time. I mean, that billboard, I keep getting the message that billboard is worth a fortune. There's a guy that sells, he wears their t-shirt. He made $80,000 and made the news. That was his first year. And he bid the spots that he would be wearing their t-shirt.
What do you
And
charge
it
for
kept going up. The billboard went from 20K to 48K. And the price of the billboard has hardly gone up over the years.
So what? Now, look, give me an example.
What
If I were
I'm
to create
thinking
some
is that
artwork,
billboard should easily make $2,000 to $3,000 a month. I mean, it's been undersold.
because you haven't had anybody
Because
dedicated to change it.
well, it needs the components. It needs an online 24/7 camera that rotates or is computer controlled with a switch down here to be able to show the flow of traffic. Just like in the early days, they had cameras that would overlook the backyard or the fish tank. That thing, that's a curiosity for people, but it needs to be a little more dynamic. What it needs is to be a constant broadcast of the surrounding area with my ability to inject and go live at any time I want. Then it needs the billboard to be a light billboard so that it's like something like in Times Square, 8 foot high, 20 feet long. I should be able to cut a deal with a sign company to have their message up there every so often to advertise one of the hottest spots in Maine for their sign. Okay, and they provide the sign for me. I think there's a way to do that.
There's always a way to do that.
And then there's a broadcast from the tower that is a little unit that I have. I've got most of the components. So you can broadcast. According to the FCC, you don't need a license, and it broadcasts more than a quarter mile, which is more than the traffic that stops for 90 seconds out there, where the broadcast could be something different every time that you go by.
Yeah, right.
You know?
So,
So all this stuff needs to come together. And that, I think, would start to create the funding that could be used to fix this place up so that it would become a walk-in center from anywhere. Imagine someone in California reporting to us on my show whether it be a traffic report, weather report, accident, earthquake, police intrusion, whatever it is. And imagine that they can do that report as they travel across the country, stopping in to various stores, interview people that puts them on our map. And then you actually see them approach the building here, and then finally join me in person in the studio where we're broadcasting. I think that's kind of a neat idea. I think that would be something new enough that nobody
It's a trip, man.
has done.
There's so many neat ideas I've heard out of your mouth so far. I can give you 2 times a day on the billboard.
But I see that the way my mind wants to operate is I love these ideas.
You need people in place to.
But I need some people in place that can carry out.
Well, one thing that I'm trying to do is, because I know my capabilities extend beyond one thing. I can multitask, and quite well if I have all the pieces or at least nearby, or the people that do have the pieces. And one thing I wanted to try to do is set up an automated grow. So I really don't have
Automated what?
an automated grow system on the computer.
Yeah.
So I hook up my everything will be automated, so I can run on the laptop. I don't even have to actually be in the room. I can just hit the laptop and control, release valves to water, lights to switch on and off.
Oh yeah, that's all possible.
Like
Yeah.
all possible automated.
Yeah.
And that would free up more time for me to do other things.
Yeah, exactly.
But I can.
But it also keeps you regular right now.
Yeah. Right.
Keeps you regular.
Keeps it regular. Yeah. Well, and things are looking good. I spoke to a kid that is going to be part of my crew eventually here soon. Well, he's been a part of my crew in the past. He's a young kid that's also getting involved in the medical industry.
I just saw a thing on TV last night that reminds me about a guy that was a grower, legitimate grower from Maine. The only problem is they came down and investigated, and they found out that evidently he was selling to people that were not recipients that were not qualified to receive, and so first time for that, just like,
Yeah, I got the plan down for the most part, because Virginia is capable of being a caregiver. We got the rules. I got all the rules.
But of course, that doesn't mean just because you have someone who legitimately you can give to that they can't turn around and sell themselves.
That's not liability. You said when they signed an agreement to use you as a caregiver, they signed that they won't, whatever they do, it's their business.
Right.
So
that's the way out. So just you got to find a bunch of people that have legitimate certificates that are turning around and using their certificates to make money on the side. I hate to tell you, but that's what they can do.
Yeah.
And it doesn't touch you at all
It doesn't
because
touch me at all.
it has nothing to do with you.
We are allowed technically to sell 5 ounces a month per customer, and if up to 5 clients, 6 plants apiece, which would yield a profit of about $7,000 a month. That's tax free. That's a minimum. That's wholesale. No, it is federal tax free, but I pay state taxes. I would just to, stay up to that.
Seems to be
Well, I just want to let you know I do have all the main logs right up to the gate, printed out and organized right upstairs. Plus, I have a list of people that are willing to get. Her cousin is going for his medical on Monday. Set him up an appointment on that so he can get his medical paperwork. And so basically, we are lining up the clients beforehand now for the time to come for when we actually get her license. Because even if she didn't grow, she could still buy through another caregiver herself and caregive for somebody else legally. So there would still be a profit being made from that. Right. But we're trying to pick people that we know that are family members that are legit, that aren't just trying to do whatever, but they have the money to, so we don't have to get in red tape and what people are doing and stuff. I mean, I know enough about waivers when it comes to working on sign for waivers, solving stuff with insurance stuff and things like that. I'm going to bring this upstairs with me. I think we're going to be watching a movie. Leanne wants to watch a movie. We got a movie we want to watch with her and then.
Well, what about the changing of the billboard?
Well, you said something about twice a day. Would that work with the lights?
Well,
no.
the only reason why I was doing it by the hour was because I was going to build the energy. You
Right.
can't build the energy once a day.
No.
You can't do it.
No.
You're gonna. The whole point of the whole thing was to get people to notice that the billboard wasn't in a frame of time, and messages would have gone in there with the big countdown to lead up to it. You know, every hour the number was going to change. Then it was going to go down to a story, like, okay, presented every day. Every day there would be a story, and that would assure that everybody knew that there was going to be another page. And I was thinking of even numbering them, okay, like page 1, page 2, forward. You know, you could have a forward, you could have credits, you could have a thank you page. You know, the imagination is the limit for what's already been done out there, and use whatever technique, but the idea would be to steer them down toward the actual website, which would have the live feed so that they could get caught up on the story, that they could actually watch it every day instead of going by in their car looking forward to it. They could go to the billboard and find what they had missed and start it from the beginning, just like a book. Just exactly like a book, where on the actual billboard, on the actual website part, there could be sponsorship messages that could be for 1 hour a day at different hours of the day, or leaving out the actual address of where they're at, because I can also thank businesses. There's nothing they can do about it. Okay?
That's cool, yeah.
Thanks to the Farmers Union, you know, blah, blah, blah street, blah, blah, blah place.
So when did the whole shift happen when you were no longer allowed to advertise a business itself? When did that shift?
They had a billboard law, and they came after me. Yeah.
Alright, so the billboard itself doesn't have to come down. You
See, what I realize is all these stories, they don't make a shit bit of difference.
No.
You know?
Well,
Most people aren't going to even. Most people don't even understand what the fuck I'm talking about. Do you realize how that feels when I take a position that, like, I'm helping change the world? I can't even go there because it doesn't make any sense.
These movies here of
Yeah.
Rachel's
Okay.
and Bo
Yeah.
have to go over to MG's tonight.
Okay. Alright.
So you can take those over.
Yeah, I'll bring the movie in.
And I'd like to have you go to the store so I can have a cigarette. It's been a while.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
You jonesing? Hey,
Yeah.
want to pick up some tobacco for me too?
Sure. I'll go do that same time.
Cool.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
I'm
was-
wearing a cigarette. It's been a while.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Oh, and that phone that you had that was a spare that worked, there's 65 days left on it. So
What?
can I use it?
Oh, you're talking about, yeah, that's a government phone thing, an old government phone.
So can I use it?
Yeah. I didn't even realize there was still stuff on there.
Yeah. I just
Cool.
told you 65 days. So what I'll do is I'll use that so that way Rachel will have to call your phone.
Yeah, I don't even know the number of it or anything.
I just
Give
looked
it-
at it. It's 431 something. So it must be minutes being added to it every
Yeah, it's one of those monthly government phones, I guess. Just don't, I wouldn't advise, I don't advise anybody talking any business kind of stuff.
No, I ain't gonna do that. I'm just gonna use that family and stuff. Okay?
Okay.
Alright.
If you're going to say that, you shouldn't even use any phone. What are you talking about?
Right, use it, period, which is track it right down. But I just thought that was all these government phones. I mean,
Well,
here,
I'd like
take
a
this.
cigarette, please, too. So I'm
All
being
right,
pushy.
I'm going to go take care of that. I know what it's like to want a cigarette.
Yeah, you
I'm going to bring these back. And you said you want tobacco up there, too?
Yeah.
All right, so, Virginia, I'll be right out.
Alright.
Okay, I'm sorry. I totally forgot the cigarette thing. Maybe that's when I was going through a little anxiety myself. But I've been smoking a bit lately, too much, I think. Yeah. Cigarettes. Yeah. I personally don't think it's, well, I guess I could smoke too much pot. I mean, it would be a problem. But, get numb completely. Okay. We want the flip top. And a box of two. Actually, 2 boxes. 2 boxes of tunes. Okay. All right. I'll be back, man. Yes. Yes, it's right here. All right. Yeah, that's right here.
You can use my
Yeah, okay, that's what I figured we could do. I'm not, if not, then I'll wait this minute. I'm sure that.
Matter of fact, if you want stuff, I can also order it from Trenton's, but you know,
Yeah,
Trenton's.
we're good right now, so just go ahead
You
and.
know, if you want any of those Meals on Wheels, man.
Yeah, you know,
I'm like trying to stay ahead now. You know, it's like,
whoa. Well, you know, you took. That's how I kind of feel about it. Is that you know, when James was here, you gave us a bunch of the
yeah.
and so for me to do something like this really doesn't really affect me. But I know you like to dot the T's and the I's and all that.
Yeah, well, if you go, want some milk to take with you?
Some milk? Yeah, we probably use some milk for sure.
Yeah, it's still good.
Yeah, so this is the coffee I got you.
Some of this stuff is dated back, but it's because it came out of my freezer.
Oh, I see. All right.
Okay, so don't even pay attention to that stuff.
Yeah, no, it's real milk though, right? It's not.
Yeah, not.
So I got the wheat muffins right there and the coffee. I put
That's great. Now this was the total?
Yes.
Gee, that's reasonable.
Yeah, I thought so. For a big can of coffee.
Yeah.
Yeah, and the muffins only $100.
Oh, that's great.
Yeah. I mean, to me, that was the best deal there. You know.
Yeah, they've gone up. Holy shit! They went from 89 cents, if those are the Hannaford,
Yep.
to $1.79.
Yep.
Holy shit! Wow.
And one day to the next, man.
They're killing us.
Oh yeah, pretty soon we'll have to cook for our own food.
Oh yeah. And the cost of the adjustment of cost of living, that's all fucking bullshit because for a whole year we're behind.
Poverty level's gonna definitely.
Oh my god. Unbelievable. Holy shit. Alright, well that was an encounter with Artie, aka Champ. Doing a little of this and a little of that here. Some metaphysical chat, a little bit of business chat. Hope you were entertained. That's what we call Thoughtbridge Live. Because when people come into the studio on a roll, all of a sudden you've got to either stick with it and tell them to go away or go with the flow. And that's where Thoughtbridge Live came from. The concept. Just go with the flow. Whatever is going to happen is going to happen. You never know what's going to happen until it happens. Yeah. So we've got a bunch of people in our studio on Pal Talk, and well, let's see what's next. How about a station ID, huh? Coming up. Now, where did it go? La 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 la. Da 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 da. Ba da ba ba. Ba da ba 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 da bum. Where is that station ID anyway? Where did I put it? There it is. There, have a station ID. Why, thank you, Joel. Hey, that's me, isn't it? Well, no, that's not me anymore because that's me in the past. Oh. No. There may have been feedback going on there. I don't see. I just finished the program. It says, sound's gone to hell. Now the only thing in here is, So they're really fucked. They don't realize how insane it is. They actually think they're a human being on a planet. Points kind of move, more efficiency to do this drives me insane.
That was an excellent improv yesterday, Joel, when you threw me out too for an improv.
There are so many different configurations to do this. Drives me insane. It really does. Really. I'm trying to remember back which one was the best, and I just can't do it right now. Oh, yeah, I know. Drive me insane. That's too late. Points kind of move, I'm already insane. At least I know it. It's the idiots that don't realize they're insane that are in bigger trouble than I am. And most people don't think they're insane. They don't see it. So they're really fucked. They don't realize how insane it is. They actually think they're a human being on a planet. That's insane if somebody were to explain it to you. Here you are, a bunch of stuff is on the planet. And this evolution, there was something that created all of it out of a Big Bang. What was it for before the Big Bang? Nothing. And for some weird reason, it just popped out. And then the planet took a long time to produce life on it, of which we evolved up the ladder, the intelligence in our members and our bodies are modifications of what is, junk that has no life to it, no intelligence, no nothing, that comes out of a murky mud, okay, and just bake it long enough and you get a human being. And then you're supposed to accept the fact that you originated out of the earth, unless you go for one of those neat stories about being dropped off by aliens, or having, come on in. Either coming out of the earth, no explanation, except that it's evolution. That explains it all away. And modifies, because of observation, that seems to modify at every point. Or we originated from aliens, but then we don't. We always have a singularity. We have one in science called the Big Bang. We have one in every single idea. But nobody challenges, because it's all made out of belief, what they believe. And they're believing all these thoughts about where we came from. It's bullshit.
So there's that moving up there.
Oh, yeah, cool. Yeah, thanks a lot.
No problem.
Yeah, cool. Ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-bum. So, it's just that scientists, they're trapped in a bubble.
Sometimes it just seems to jumpstart something for people.
Yeah, but you see, I stopped being God's little helper, too.
What does that mean?
It means that before I had this idea that I was helping improve the world.
And critique some of my creations. But the thing is that you need somebody that really, well, maybe I'm as close as you could get to somebody who understands maybe what you're doing a little bit.
You know?
It's unbearable.
That's what...
Most periodically.
Right. It all works together in harmony with other so-called brain cells to create it, right? But that doesn't explain the whole idea of it all coming together and being able to be explained except in a story. It's fucked up. It's a perpetual trap. CPR.org news story. 89-year-old Boulder rabbi says, don't freak out about dying. Oh, cool. Just in on the livetalkradio.com news desk. You're listening to ThoughtBridgeRadio.com, broadcasting over the Worldwide Radio Network.com.
Well, Christine's over there, and Bobby's telling me this. Christine whips out her boobs for Rocky. And so, upshot is that Rocky says to Bobby after Christine has finally left, because it's hard to get Christine out the door, especially if she's been drinking. And she drinks all the time. I used to smell it on her breath sometimes in the morning, Saturday mornings. But anyway, so meanwhile, I've been really pretty close friends with a woman named Kim, who's a real do-gooder. She likes to talk about going to church and helping out at the church and all this stuff. And I think the world of Kim. But she has things going on, just like I have things going on that we don't want to probably face up to. But in any case, Bobby has told me about this incident, and Rocky saying Christine is not welcome in the house. So I being friends with Kim, and Kim has said she's going to take Christine to church. Now, Christine has already told me she wouldn't be caught dead in church, but she's enamored of Kim because Kim is just a little cutie. I mean, she's really cute. So she wants to be Kim's friend. Meanwhile, I've told Kim about what Christine did over at Bobby's. Well, last Wednesday, I'm walking along and I see Bobby. And Bobby waves, and I go over and I'm talking to her, and then somehow it comes up, and she says, you know, you told Kim. And also, Bobby and Christine were not talking after that. And nobody's been told that they are talking since. But Bobby says to me, you told Kim what I told you about Christine. And now Christine won't talk to me.
Wow.
So, see if you can follow how I felt. I thought she was saying to me, because you told Kim told Christine. Why in the world? I have no idea, unless Kim's feelings have been hurt because Kim has told me that on the way to church, Christine was drunk and was vile to her.
Right.
And then wouldn't sit with her. So I'm thinking the only reason Kim would tell Christine this is to somehow get back at her. I don't know. I don't understand it. really nice person. And we like to chat because I'm walking the dog and she's out there getting her mail. And so anyway, she's saying, because you told Kim, now Christine won't talk to me. And so I say to Bobby, wait a minute, Bobby. Wait, are you saying that because I told Kim, Christine isn't talking to you? And I felt like saying, but Christine wasn't talking to you before I did that. And I felt like saying, well, you know, I'm close to Kim. I mean, friends tell each other things, and but I knew darn well. But you see, I'm human, and I was caught up in the, I just thought it was amusing at the time, and I couldn't get my mouth shut.
Wow.
So Bobby then turns to me and says, are you trying to pick a fight with me? And I go, no, I'm not. I'm just trying to understand. Are you, oh, that's okay. And then I said, come on, Patty, let's go. I'll see you later. And we just kind of abruptly went off because it was disturbing. So I went home and I sat there and I thought about it and I realized that maybe I wanted to give her the benefit of the doubt. I you know, and this is all ego stuff too. I recognize that. It's part of the story. So I regained my peace and I realized that maybe Bobby was just saying, you told Kim, and so Christine's not talking to me, and maybe she wasn't blaming me per se. It's just that's what happened.
The ego always makes up stories and projects it outward.
Yes, because the fact is that, and this is ego talking again, trying to place the blame elsewhere. I repented. I'm still learning from this experience, and I have to be careful because I find powerful things fascinating, as I know you do as well. Whether you repeat them or not, I don't know, and it doesn't matter. But I did in this case, and it's come back to hit me full in the face. So now Christine's not. She backed out of her driveway and went the opposite way the other day to avoid having to wave at me or whatever. And, you know, I don't think it's just paranoia on my part. I think she's upset with me. And Kim isn't answering my emails. And Kim had just been over the week before for 2.5 hours. Bought a pair of my earrings that she loved. And I mean, 2.5 hours. We had a lovely chat.
How many egos are involved?
Now she's not responding.
How many egos involved?
Oh, 3. But and then after I came back from Bobby's, after she said he was trying to take a fight with me,
hey, I noticed
I went back about 10 minutes later, and I knocked on her door because I got my mind right, and I said, and I laughed because it struck me funny. I said, oh, Bobby, I'm sorry. I must apologize. You know, it just caught me off guard. I thought you were blaming me, and it just didn't make sense or whatever. And then we chatted for a little bit, and then I went to hug her, and I could tell she didn't really want to hug me, but that's okay. Bobby has admitted that she's sensitive to every little thing, and you know, family members periodically they don't speak, and Bobby knows. I've talked to her over the years, and her ego is very, very sensitive to a lot of little things, and so who knows? So I don't know what's going on, but it's me. And in one sense, I go whistling around the house, and I'm fine. But I also know that I have to learn from. I can't pass on anything, and I don't want people telling me things about other people that they shouldn't tell me.
Yeah, but you didn't include your own ego in that.
Oh, my own ego, yeah.
You said there were 3 egos involved, but you didn't include yourself.
I didn't? How didn't I?
Well, the 3 is Bobby and the 2 women.
Oh, of course. I mean, that kind of goes without saying, though.
No, not really, because when I asked you, you said that wasn't easy. Now,
3 women are involved, other than I was. This is semantics, Joel, because there's 3 other women.
Yeah.
Besides myself.
Besides yourself. Okay, so it's 3 other women plus Bobby and you. Like Bobby McGee.
It's me and 3 other women.
Right, so 4 women and Bobby.
No.
Oh, Bobby is a woman.
Me and 3 other women.
Right, Bobby is a woman, not Bobby as in a man.
Exactly. Bobby.
There you go. There's the confusion.
I'm sorry.
Bobby is I got.
Oh, that would be confusing. But there are other people, you know, that there have been Bobbies as women too. But yeah, I just automatically figured you would figure out that it was a woman because, you know, I don't talk to men in the neighborhood generally.
Yeah, but I don't.
Women.
Yeah, but I don't know that.
Yeah, no, you didn't know that, but you do now.
Yeah, I do. Yeah, so next time you say Bobby and it's a man, you better tell me.
Bobby is with Rocky. Rocky's the man and Bobby's the woman.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, so you got a split of the ego that's having fun with a situation. Now, for each ego, it's going to mean something different. With someone who has reached a level of awareness to see that it's funny, that isn't necessarily funny to any of the other ones because they don't have that level of awareness.
No, they don't.
So
but it's also the funny that probably that's out of nervousness from the situation, because I'm somebody who, in some regards, in some situations, I do want approval.
Right.
And for Bobby to turn around, who's always been very kind of solicitous and kind of looks up to me in a way, because she's uneducated and I'm kind of too educated. You know, for her to say that to me took me off guard.
Yeah. Yeah, I've kind of.
At the same time, she's not somebody that I would go, well, see, she's not somebody that I've ever gone out to lunch with, as I have with Kim.
Yeah.
And I've also invited all these women over for a pool party. And I also took all these women to the Eaglebrook Country Club for lunch when Jim won $50.
Yeah.
So, I mean, this is a group of women. But meanwhile, there's another woman that I'm close with that I am seeing for lunch, and she knows all of them. But she's not close to any other one except me. And the reason we're close is because she's one of the most, and I wrote her an email and told her, I've never written an email to anybody, and I said, you are one of the nicest, most sincere people I have ever met. And it's true. So she said that just made her day, and it made her feel so great, and she really needed to hear that, and so it was very nice. So we have kind of a mutual thing going there. But meanwhile, I have 3 people that probably... But I don't really care, Joel. The only thing that's real is the love that we've shared. So that's all I'm dealing with, really. And I'm dealing still, obviously, because I'm telling you this, with a concern that nobody may ever speak to me again. Well, why does that strike me funny? I don't know. I think it's the ludicrousness of the way the ego works. It strikes me funny.
Yeah.
Have you ever been amused by how ludicrous the ego is?
Yeah, well, when you move away from it, you can't believe how much ego there seems to be out there, but at the same time you can't believe it. You also understand it's inside of you that what you're seeing outside of you is actually inside of you. You have a receptor for it, but you have to make peace with it. You have to make peace with that ego.
All I'm saying is my own projections onto these people.
Yeah.
Yeah. No. What a gift, huh?
Yeah.
It's all a gift.
Yeah, and if
anyway, we'll learn from it.
Yeah, absolutely. So will they.
Yeah, sure, they will.
Yeah.
It is a gift too.
Yeah, what I decided when I looked at that, I decided that that the only source, just like when you start thinking about money as a source or something else, start acknowledging the source instead of what you're thinking. So when you're looking for when you are looking for praise or love or any of that, that's not the way it works. I see it as coming from within me to manifest outwardly. If it isn't received, that's okay. I don't care whether somebody praises me or criticizes me. It doesn't matter anymore.
Yeah.
The only thing that matters is my
point to a large extent, but then I catch myself.
Yeah, that happens. I mean, all this stuff comes back. It's all buried stuff that comes back, and just when you're patting yourself on the back and saying, I don't have an ego, that's when it strikes.
Yeah.
Yeah, it keeps oscillating. It comes in, you have your moments. It's like meditation, you know, you get to a point where you have long periods of peace, and then you think you're doing so well, and then all of a sudden, wham, and then, you know, you have to deal with it. But the only thing you have to realize when that starts to happen is you pack your bag, so to speak. Okay, you know it's well, it's like what I used to use as a technique many years ago. I would get depressed and I'd say, okay, I've been up and down this hill many times, and it's always gotten better. So as depressed as I feel, like blowing my brains out, hang in there, because it's going to change.
Yeah, I've done that too. I think the whole family has been subject to that ego claim of depression and cycles. And I've been there where, you know, and not that long ago, where I just thought, you know, I really would like to check out here.
Yeah. But
you know, it's just, and then I just know it's like it's a form of psychic suffering that's almost unbearable.
That's when you have to let it go.
Yeah, well, and that's like you say. I know from experience, and that's why I'm so glad I'm as old as I am, because I know, like you said, it will get better.
Well, it get
it's
better.
Inevitable.
You know, in this plane of existence, we know how the story ends, and it doesn't end happily ever after.
No, not on this level, not in this belief system.
No.
But there is, you know, the reality continues. It's available to us at any time.
I just wish once that one of those romantic movies come on, and they used to be, well, they still recycle the same material, but in the early days, you'd see the lovers walking off hand in hand in the sunset. And I would just like to add the fact that out of nowhere comes a big bus and just smacks them right over. You know?
Smashes them, yeah.
Yeah.
And then the test is to know that it made no difference at all.
Say that again?
They went on, continued to love each other. They walked right through the bus and on without missing a beat.
Yeah, now this is where it gets sticky, because I don't have any words for it.
Yeah.
I'll give you a parallel analogy. When Mom was healed of grief, like Ram Dass, when his master said, where could I go? And Ram Dass recognized that he couldn't go anywhere. Well, there isn't a Ram Dass and there isn't a master. There's only God.
Right.
So this whole concept of an individual, the idea of a different person on the level of which I'm speaking, and not on the human level that a person is a person in a separate body and all that, right?
All it is God.
Right. And there isn't anything that isn't going to change in on the boob tube that you're part of right now. But it doesn't matter. The whole lie is that you have a life of your own.
That's right. There is none.
Exactly. But you have
There is none. There is no Gene Fitzgerald.
Right. You have to realize it, though. It can't be intellectual. Because
well, I know, and I have no clue or whether how much I realize it or not.
Well,
and is it the same as can you be a little bit pregnant?
Right.
I mean, basically, Nuke Sanchez is saying, you know, there is no in between, really. As far as your thought system, you're either in one or you're in the other. You are either in the love or you're in the fear.
Right.
There's no in between.
Right.
But it seems like there is, you know.
It does.
Because, there are days when I'm fine and I'm not feeling particularly joyful or peaceful. I'm just kind of moseying along, kind of not fully conscious, but I think I am. I feel like I'm observing the life more than anything.
Yeah. Reminds me of that book that you bought for me. Thank you.
What was that?
The quickest way to bliss?
Oh,
Give up my hobbies? Come on.
yeah. Ridiculous. I couldn't possibly do that.
Yeah, well, I figure this is what's going on right now. I like the story where I'm merely an expression of one more little sunbeam of God, and I'm doing my part. God evidently likes lots of shit. Lots of stuff. He likes being he likes being the bad guy. He likes being the good guy. I mean, what kind of world would we have if everybody was just mellowed right out?
I can't go along with that.
Well, it's just a
this
proposal.
world has nothing to do with God. Like Joel Goldsmith says, God is not in this world. He isn't.
Well, it depends on
He
how
is
you...
in God's world, in this world.
Yeah, well, it depends on how you define world, yeah.
Yeah, I guess.
Well, science is saying there isn't any if you get into the quantum stuff.
Yes, and when I combine the non-duality with even A Course in Miracles, even though I don't think there's any basic there is a difference. There is. And I prefer A Course in Miracles. I enjoy the non-duality too, but A Course in Miracles has much more to do with God and love. I guess those are my two keywords.
Yeah. So did you find my Google page?
Your Google page?
Yeah, if you go to
about thoughtbridge.tv?
Yeah, it says there's a Google plus Joel T. Bridges. If you just go to that page, you'll find all the broadcasts on there since...
Well, I see welcome to thoughtbridge.tv, and I see you've got 1, 2, 3, 4 videos, latest links, watch the latest show, How to Lie More Effectively.
Yeah, hit the latest, well, there should be a link to plus Joel T. Bridges, a Google link, very clearly marked, right at the top.
Right at the top, let me see.
Yeah, start from the top and work down a little bit, and I think it's...
It's white, a white background. Click here for next live broadcast.
Yeah, try that. That might be where the link is. It says Google.
New live broadcast happening now. Join live production now.
Okay, that just got over with a couple hours ago.
Oh.
I haven't had time to change
And then
it.
here is HTTPS and then plus Google.com hangout.
Click on that. You mean Joel T. Bridges, don't you?
Wait a minute.
There shouldn't be any
Don't
hangouts.
see where it says Joel T. Bridges.
You don't?
It says Google.com hangouts /HOAE.
Oh, no. Keep going down.
Keep going down.
God, I'm going to make that huge if you can't find it.
Okay, here is latest ThoughtBridge hangout. Google.com /plus Joel T. Bridges. Yes, I would make that background on that yellow.
Okay.
Or something.
All right. Well, I'll let you critique my website and tell me how to improve it. Doesn't mean I will, but I might.
Oh, I don't want to get into that. I just had, and maybe that's why Kim's not going. She let me read. She thinks she's writing a book, and so she let me read a couple things that she wrote, and I was very encouraging. But the fact of the matter is, for me, it was very awkward and stilted writing. And I didn't say anything like that. But I don't really want to get into critiquing. I'd much rather just dwell on the positives,
Yeah.
Unless you're desperate for critiquing, like actually I would appreciate having somebody to come in and critique some of my creations. But the thing is that you need somebody that really, well, maybe I'm as close as you could get to somebody who understands maybe what you're doing a little bit. I don't know.
Well, I'm into the place card kind of thing, like Dad used to do. The thumbnail sketches for other artists that would take those and turn them into the finished product. Yeah. I'm more of a sketch artist. I don't make any claim that I have a fancy, well-designed website. I just have the information there. Period. That's enough.
Exactly. It looks fine. It's not. I like it much better than your other one, where you had so much red and black and yellow and way too busy and garish for me.
Yeah, well,
I wasn't. Didn't feel like you were at peace. This one is basic, straightforward, and it just feels better.
yeah.
It's just like you said. It's got the information. That's all you need.
I'll just turn it over to somebody else if somebody wants to get involved. I did contact a guy in England to design a website for me with the necessary things that work. I need somebody to set it up so people can register. You know.
Yeah, that's true. You do need some little gizmos on it.
Yeah.
Probably.
You don't have anybody having to register on your site, I noticed.
On my site, my webpage, no, they're going down the tubes. I don't do anything with those at all anymore.
Yeah.
And I did let my craft showroom go, you know.
I picked
wrote
up.
you about that.
Yeah, no, I picked up on it. I wasn't about to let it go.
Yeah, okay.
Figured if you were gonna.
Hey, did you know you can go to Facebook and ask to be Muji's friend?
Really?
He actually responded and let me be his friend.
When pigs fly, I bet you he just does nothing other than to come and work on his computer.
He's the only one that's allowed to.
Really?
Yes, it's in his name. It represents who he is. And yes, I would imagine he does do that.
I don't think so.
Oh, I do.
I don't.
Look at it.
I don't. Nice try.
Yeah.
But I humbly disagree. No, he's...
Disagree about what?
About him doing anything personally on his website.
Okay.
I know somebody that
You
was...
might be right, but
I
don't think he's into being deceptive.
How is that deceptive by having somebody by proxy?
Somebody else represent you?
Yeah.
Because it's not you.
Well, let's take it to the logical conclusion. If you're God and they're God, well, God's doing it.
Well, you could always ask him, are you really doing this on Facebook, or is somebody else doing it for you?
Well, I might do that. It doesn't really matter to me because...
Oh, it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
No, it doesn't.
The world is so full of beliefs and lies and stories. I mean,
I
oh my
know.
God.
I don't even want to bother with them.
Well, I don't bother with them except I have fun with them.
Well, that's fine.
You know, it's like moving the furniture around. The ego has a belief system, and it thinks because it moves the furniture around, somehow it's made an improvement. Maybe it has, maybe it hasn't.
Sometimes it just seems to jumpstart something for people.
Yeah, but you see, I stopped being God's little helper, too.
What does that mean?
It means that before I had this idea that I was helping improve the world.
Oh, yeah. What a crock that is.
Exactly. I gave up everything on February 8th. It finally dawned on me on that day that here it was, I was playing all these roles. I was playing homeless director. I had to do accounting. I had to do this. I had to do that. I had to be nice even though I didn't want to be nice. I had to smile, doing the proper thing when dealing with people and all of that. I said, fuck it.
Yeah, I know, but I find that actually there's a part of me that really doesn't want to be nice sometimes.
Yeah, that's why Mr. Bridges is so awesome. I love Mr. Bridges.
I need somebody, an alter ego myself.
Well, then, look, the parents gave us a clue. There it is for you. Dad was Hector. Now, if he could play Hector, that's what I wanted to know. If you, if
I remembered, no, I don't. I do recall
Hey, can you hear me now, Joel?
Yes, oh my God.
All right, here we go. How you doing, Chris?
Mr. Rick. Right here, right now.
Look at Chris in Germany. Look at that. I'm looking at Germany and Chris in Germany. Isn't that wonderful?
How about that? Chris says bye. I say hello. Hello, hello. Good to be here. Hello, Mr. Bridges. Actually, the camera is also working, yeah. Wow. That's pretty crazy, you know, the setup here. It's pretty amazing. You open the capture, smile. There you go. Was that good? Wow.
He's taking pictures of us. I got to turn my camera on here. Maybe I can get mine going. Hang on. Let me see.
Spock. Mr. Spock, Mr. Bridges. It's about the thought bridges, right? Right. Hello, Mr. Bridges. How's Mrs. Bridges? You haven't? Well, yeah. Wow. This is echt der Hammer. Yeah, right. Well, you know, we all should say hello, and actually, I think we're saying hello to each other, and we're all getting to know each other, and it's actually pretty cool if you think about that. You know, because that's well, the now, the now. Oh, well, I don't even know what I do. What do I do? Forgot. Well, I call myself a teacher of learning, right? Say it again how you say it. I always like it. The teacher of learning. Well, I'm somebody who's gone through, some pretty intense experience in life. Now, I'm, of course, not the only one, but I've learned some things through that. Learned a lot of things about myself. Learned a lot of things about people. Always try to understand why things are the way they are, what life's all about, why there's war, what is God, As a child, already asking the question, why am I me, not somebody else? I was around 6 years old, so that was pretty intense, So anyway, went through a lot of stuff, came with some interesting insights. The main one, actually, which we know, we know this stuff. Like, you cannot change people, for example. But what that means is one thing, to realize that. But the actualization, I've come to find, that's the key, which is the practice. And so that's what I'm trying to helping people with, to begin on that practice, which is when you begin on that, you can actually learn whatever it is you want to learn. And you really learn about yourself as you learn about others. And it's really about, experiences we all have learned. And in a way, we all teach what we have learned. So anyway, not to make it too long and boring. Yeah, well. Anyway, kind of like this. So Realize to Actualize was the old website. Now I got Kinding. You know Kinding? You ever heard of that? Kinding? Kinding means no thing. It's a kinding. It's a no thing. Like people say that a lot in Germany, like kinding. Can I do this for me? Yeah, sure, kinding. Hey, there you go. Very cool. That's Rick. How many people can you actually get involved in a conversation like this? How many webcams? This is amazing. Sure. But I mean just the webcams. How many webcams could be? 10. Oh, okay. That's cool. Right. Well, that's the thing. That's your thing, right? You're really into like giving people a show, right? It's a show. And I think it's also maybe very American, like there's no business like show business. people Why would they want to do that? Why that's actually what I've come to find really the key is when we talk about God, basically, to me. Very simply put, I try to make it very, very simple. God is good. It's about being good. It's about love. You know, the other side, what's opposing that, and that's the eternal battle. That's between the love and the fear, the darkness and the light. I mean, in every movie you see that portrayed. In every science fiction movie, in every Western, they're good people, they're the good guys and they're the bad guys. And that's how it's always been. You know, the bad guys controlling people and, you know, even, you know, creating war and getting people to kill each other because just they want to get richer. And that's the thing about power. You know, that power really corrupts. And that's what we have seen ever since the beginning of time. That's the old consciousness. Well, I'm actually working on it. I haven't done too much of that, you know, because I've been, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. It's a long time, and we've met a long time ago, Mr. Bridges. I remember. You still have some old recordings, I'm sure. It would be nice to hear some of those sometimes, not the ones where I got really, really, really upset. And Christoph got pissed off because people were just not really listening to me. Oh yeah, well, the donations, you know, because the thing I shared with you earlier about time is money. The key is there that we all have the same amount of time available. You know, time is relative. It's only just an accumulation of nows. And basically it's all about how you are in the now, how you are when, how you are, how you use your time. I mean, people use time, we learn to invest our time. Will you stop that? I feel like, hey, is this a paparazzi already? This is pretty cool. Wow. Wow. So anyway, I'm talking way too much, which was always one of my problems. And anyway, it's a good thing. I enjoy talking. It's nice to be back. Nice to be here. Yeah, well, thank you. It was a start.
Can you guys hear me on this microphone? Okay, thank you. Yeah, it's nice to meet you there, Chris. It's interesting. You got a very colorful room. Looks nice. You know, I mean, Joel, isn't this cool? We can see this brother over here in Germany in his house, and you know, I'm sitting in my house in Florida, and you're up there in Maine, in the Arctic freeze, the chosen frozen, and it's pretty cool. But yeah, this is a nice program. I didn't know all these things were available on this Google Hangout program, but it's a great tool, you know, and so I'm hoping we can continue to use this and enjoy meeting people all over the world and sharing our thoughts and ideas and knowledge and whatever, humor with each other. Well, we're having a great day here. My son is here. His girlfriend Destiny's here. He's out cooking in the backyard right now. He's making he's making some turkey burgers. We're going to have turkey burgers and corn on the cob and potatoes. And I got me some wine, some sweet red wine from DG, and I'm enjoying that right now. But so we're just having a great day. It's a beautiful day here, Joel and Chris. It's like 85 and just not a cloud in the sky. It's just heaven has opened. The windows of heaven are open, brother, and his presence is here. He's with us, and I am just thrilled. A little bit earlier, I took a nap. I was like, oh man. And every now and then, I guess when you hit a certain age, it's like you got to take a little break.
Hello. Welcome home.
And Chris, how old are you?
Are you Pack? You are Pack?
I guess you got a call or something.
Yeah, I got.
But I'm trying to figure out this thing about taking pictures. I heard the camera go off. Now it says capture over here, and I hit this button. Does that mean I took pictures of you, or how does that work, Joel?
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I see that now. I clicked on it, and I got several of me. I've got one of Chris, and I've got the young lady earlier there with the brown hair. I don't have Joel yet. Let me take a picture of Joel. Right now, there we go. Did you hear the thing go click? Oh, okay. Try it again. There. How about that time? Did it go click on your? Did you? Didn't hear it. Okay, let me see if it came up on my screen here. If it actually took the picture. No, I don't see it. I see everybody's but Joel's. Joel isn't there. Mhm. Mhm. Okay. View photos. I see that. And I got a few of them. But I don't see the one I took. I took one of you, and I don't see it. What happened? Are you really there? You're not really there, are you?
I did already. I did. Right now. You know about the now? The power of the now?
Yeah, right now.
Power of the, hallelujah. Because that's the thing about it, yeah, well, that's what we forget. Because children are like that, you know. You have children, your young children, Rick?
Yeah.
Remember your kids when they were small, you know how children are? They're totally in the now. Totally in the wow. Everything is wow, you know?
Yeah, yeah. Life is a big wow.
Yeah, totally, you know. But see, we've grown up then because our lives are so regulated. Because we just
exactly.
go through that's the problem. That's when we forget.
That's right. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's meant to be lived spontaneously, joyfully.
Yes, well, not so regulated, you know. It's more like a free flow.
Exactly.
Free flowing thing, you know, natural thing.
Exactly. Good stuff.
Yeah. There's more where that came from. Joel knows. Yeah, well, I remember how I always, like, you know, we
hey, the choir needs preaching too, Joel. Come on, brother. The choir.
Well, choir. Well, you know, the preaching is about the truth, and ultimately we all will preach our own truth.
Don't make me come over there, Joel. Remember the last time I was coming? Now there, it flashed. Now you just got me. Now how come I can't get you? I keep hitting this button. Oh wait. Did it flash that time on your end? Did I get you? I got you that time. Yeah, I got you. I see you right here. I got you. I got you, boy. Don't make me come up there, Joel. Remember the last time I tried coming up there? What happened? Do you remember that? Last summer? There was an accident on the highway going to the airport. I never got to the airport. I came back home, and then I met a young lady in your room that was about to commit suicide, and she didn't do it. And I think I was meant to be there that day just to talk to her. That's what I figured that. Yeah, that's what I figured. And then my nephew, Patrick, the one I was going for his wedding, he moved to Orlando, so now I get to see him all the time. Isn't that something? Yeah. All right. You get it. All right, so I got you. Yeah, I got you.
I see that now. This is so awesome that you can do that. And that's like, you know, the best things in life are free. It's free. You think about that, it's like, wow, we're so focused on money, which is always about getting whatever we need in order to, like, you know, it's well, money has become our God. Money is a control mechanism. We know that. You know, I think we know that. We know that? Now I can hear you. What do you say? Your mic is over here. It's echoing. It sounds funny. It sounds weird, your mic right now. Sounds. There you go. That was better. Maybe it would be better like a thing around your head, like a headset. Anyway.
I got two pictures of Joel, 1, 2 of Chris, and about 3 of me. I got more of me than everybody. Talk about self-centered.
What pictures were 1,000 words, yeah. But then actually, there's power in the word, You know, the power of the word. You know what word that is? It's not the written word in some kind of text. It's a word that comes out of your thinking, out of your thoughts, because thoughts are power. Thoughts are energy. With our thoughts, we create our, But we don't learn that. Brother. Yeah.
Come on, bring it on, brother. Bring it on. From Germany, huh?
I forgot what I was saying. What did I say? Something good, I guess.
You said thoughts are energy.
Oh, right. Well, everything is energy, But see, the thing, the energy, that's why we talk about the energy crisis. Because our energy was used by the system we serve to fuel the industry, which controls everything, and it's about the power, that energy. And we take energy, like we take energy from each other. We take energy from children to just put them in, they need to go to school in order to function in the society, to serve the system. And then there's something for everybody. We say that's freedom, but we become unfree. We're born free. I mean, that's why children are so now. They're totally now, totally, their thoughts, they're like, they're pure energy. But then we control them. Like we control this world, we control nature, we manipulate nature, and we destroy everything, So we human beings have been very much like kind of like a plague. I mean, many people have talked about that and things have been written about that, but still nothing has happened, Or nothing really, because my point also is there have been many, many revolutions. We fight against the injustice and fight against, the oppressors and all this shit. But the thing is, we cannot fight that because we have created our own oppressors. We've created those who control us. And the new revolution begins, and that's the only way it needs to begin with an evolution from within. That's waking up. Waking up and realizing, we are free. And love is all there is, and that's really the way. And it's every day. It even rhymes. That's the way, every day, every moment. To be now, and to be present, and to really. I posted. Well, I don't know. Are you on Facebook? Maybe we can connect on Facebook also.
I rarely use Facebook myself, Chris. My wife uses it all the time. There, I see a picture of Joel getting up and looking at him from above.
Like a snowman. Oh my gosh! Look what he's got.
He's got his white robe on.
That's crazy. So you visited him before,
white.
Right? Rick. So you met him. You met him. You know him.
I met Joel online a few years ago in his room on Pell Talk. Yep.
But you met him in real life, right? You went over there.
No, I was going up there, but I never ended up making it there because I never made it to the airport that day. My nephew was getting married in Maine, which is near where Joel lives. So I was going to go visit him in person, and on the way to the airport there was an accident, so I never got on the airplane. I missed the plane. I missed my nephew's wedding. That day, I figured God must have some other purpose for me that day. I came home, I got back in Joel's room, and I met a lady who was about to commit suicide, and I talked to her, and she decided not to. And so, I mean, talk about a strange turn of events.
Well, actually, what I've come to find, that's really, that's life, that's the perfection, that's the intelligence of life, that's synchronicity.
Yeah, exactly.
Because everything is connected. Exactly. Yeah, so it's a beautiful thing. But see, in our mind, in our human mind, we have become programmed. We have become programmed, always like work for it, always tomorrow, that rat race, And that's why there's all this struggle and all this war, which we learn about. I mean, we learn about. It's the most insane thing in school. We just learn about, okay, there are all these wars, and there have been wars in human history, and that's just natural, and people just fight. And it's just like, we learn about that bullshit. It's nothing has changed. Nothing has changed throughout the ages. Things got worse,
What's that?
Sorry about that. Hold on. Let me get my. Hello? How? You're free to talk. Maybe I'm not. Maybe I'm not free to talk. No, just play. Hey, hello, hello. She didn't like that too much.
Why not?
No, she actually spent 4 days with me. I met her. There was a student on Skype, through Skype, and she really likes me. She really liked me, right?
Oh.
So she visited me on Wednesday. She came over here. She lives in Hamburg. Lord. And she really likes me here. But anyway, I was just kidding with her and she hung up.
Huh. Okay. Well, maybe she'll call back.
Well, maybe I will call.
Yeah.
Maybe give it some time, because remember, that's really the thing. You know, we all need to see. But I've come to find also, life is learning. You know, a very essential, very basic lesson. Life is learning. That means we're all here to learn each other, in order to learn how to work together, because we don't know each other. We don't even know ourselves.
Right. Right.
You know? Because we're all caught up in the struggle of life.
Yeah.
And we all look for something.
You got that right. Yeah.
You know, that's
Yeah.
the real bullshit. You know, and nothing changes. Nothing changes. We all grow older. You know, it's just like the routine. You know.
Yep. Yep.
Yeah. Yeah. Yep.
I hear you, brother.
It is, you know, and that's now. You know, now we learn. Now is everything. That's the real power of now. You know. When people like communicate like this, they really get to know each other.
Yep. Yep.
You know. And so this you also.
Even if you're in Germany and I'm in Florida and Joel's in Maine, we can get to know each other. Isn't that amazing?
Well, yeah, but in general in life, it is like wherever you are. Because actually everyone, it's an interesting concept, the mirror. We all are mirrors.
Mm-hmm.
We're all reflections of each other. We're all extensions of each other.
Yeah.
The problem is, many times when we see something in somebody else we don't like,
Yeah.
that triggers us, we then argue with the other person and we make it about the other person. It's not about them at all, it's about us. Because it's only what we see in them.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, but it doesn't really work, because I've come to find also when you hold up that mirror and you show people do their own bullshit, you hold it. Yeah, that doesn't. You don't, not only you don't make friends. It's a kind of not good energy, you know, because you cannot. People don't learn like this because they just get more frustrated, you know. So anyway.
Fucked up. You people, if you want to. I gave up being human. That's programming the conditioning. I decided why be a human being or being human? Why not just be a being?
Yeah, okay, talking about you.
There she is.
Hello. I'm just kidding you. I was just kidding you.
Joel, how do I get back to looking at the pictures again that I took? I'm trying to figure that out, and I'm not. I just
go to the camera icon on the left, and that puts the ability to take the picture icon at the middle, the little camera with a circle. Then look to the right, and you'll see the pictures, and it says View Photos. That's how you do that. But hey, I was going to tell you something about the music that you played. When you played that music, that must have been copyrighted, because it came up and said if I kept playing copyrighted material, it would terminate the broadcast. So it might have been your own voice or arrangement or whatever, but there was a claim made on that as a copyrighted piece of music.
Yeah, well, it is copyrighted, but it's my copyright.
There you go.
They don't know that, I guess.
Yeah, well, that would have terminated. You better play some original stuff, and because if I had kept playing that, it would have ended the broadcast.
Interesting. I'm looking at the camera on the left there, and then I'm not seeing all those pictures again. Like you said, I went over there. I got the arrow there. It says capture. I right-click it. I don't see the pictures. They were on the bottom before. Now I don't know what happened to them.
Bottom right.
I'm going to get off microphone here and probably leave here for a while. I'm going to come back, all right, in a little while. I just got to, talk to the woman, and how that can be. All right, wish me luck. I'll be back.
All right, Chris. Nice meeting you.
I'll be back. Thanks.
Okay. All right. Go to that camera icon on the left. Hit it. The icon.
Okay, there we go. When I hit it, they appeared at the bottom there. Thank you. Okay, so I got them all on the right. I got you, I got Chris, I got me, you, me, Chris, me, Chris, me. And then I got that lady earlier with the brown hair. Now, who is that lady, Joel?
I was giving the impression it might be my sister, you see, but I was looking for a photograph that reminded me of my sister. I don't know.
Oh, okay. So you threw that one in there.
It doesn't really matter. Who cares what she looks like? But people are used to productions. If somebody's speaking, it's like a report from a foreign country, but they don't have camera and they're doing the TV. But what they do is they flash the journal picture up on the screen, and you hear his voice. That's the technique I was using, and pretending that was my sister.
I got you.
That's the nicest female. Fine. I mean, essentially, it's detail that doesn't make any difference.
Right.
People are so into, well, when was that? That was July 3rd, 19. Well, who gives a shit? What's that got to do with the story? Thank God. Those are anal retentive people that think you have to dot the I's, cross the T's, and that the stories are actually mean anything.
Come on, brother.
They're for entertainment purposes only. They point towards something. If you want to see it, see it. Don't.
Yep. Well, speaking of entertainment purposes, I went down to see Bruce Springsteen the other day. I like his music in Tampa, Florida, and so I didn't actually go in there. I couldn't bring myself to pay for the ticket, but I was on the outside listening.
Pretty expensive, huh?
Oh my gosh, unbelievable.
How
and
much?
that guy, everywhere he goes, he fills up stadiums.
How much was it?
It would have been like at least probably $100 or more.
God, last I knew, concert tickets were around 60.
Yeah.
Wow.
Well, so I didn't go. I listened to a little bit of it, and I was kind of drawn because I like his music, and I've been watching his tour, and he finally came close enough within range of me going to it. It's about an hour drive down to Tampa. So I just, I went down there, but I didn't go. And I'm kind of glad because I'm glad I didn't pay for it because. I mean, I was listening out where I was listening, and it was like, ugh, it was just. But I don't know. You got such a big, huge stadium, and the sound in those big stadiums it's just not the same if you're in a little arena or something. It was outdoors. I like the outdoors aspect of it, though.
Well, how are the acoustics?
Yeah, the acoustics are terrible.
Yeah, that's what I thought. That's too bad. Maybe they could broadcast it so people could wear headphones.
I don't think he ever broadcasts his live concerts that I know of, and I'm surprised. Why doesn't he do that? You would think.
Seems like somebody could just tune in the broadcast if they were. It's like being at a stadium, where you tune in the local radio station for commentary to know what's going on,
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Why not that? Why not the same thing at a concert where you can actually hear it in the fully electronic version, and you're there and you're actually seeing it, but you got the high fidelity of what would be electronically captured, because that's what it is anyway,
Yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense to me. I don't know why they don't do it.
I don't either. Stupid.
A lot of stupid people on this planet, I noticed. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, there sure are.
Yeah, and I have a confession to make. I'm one of them.
Yeah, well, okay. At least you admit it.
I make a good critic.
At least you can admit it.
Yeah, well, everybody loves to be a critic. I'm no exception.
I know. Me too. Oh my gosh.
I'm pretty good at noting what needs to be fixed.
Yeah. It's just trying to fix it. That's the hard part.
Oh, I don't try. Screw it. You know, I've given up on that a long time ago. Just accept it now.
Yeah. That's one thing. My son Jesse, he's good at fixing things. He came over and he fixed this. I got this negative ion generator. Oh, man, I felt the power of it right here. You see this thing?
Yeah.
It's negative ions. And the wire there, it had broken. It got frayed, and he took it and opened it up yesterday. I got to see the inside of it for the first time.
Oh, yeah, a little hamster in there on a wheel?
No, a bunch of little electronic things with clear plastic coating them and wires everywhere but it does emit negative ions. This thing, I've had this thing for 5 years, and it still works great. It's just the wire got frayed, so Jesse fixed it for me. I mean, my son, he's so good at fixing things.
Well, what all that bunch of wires sticking out of the top of that antenna? Is it supposed to look?
Well, that's where the negative ions come out. See, this like if you put it up here like this, I'm doing right. I can feel that energy coming out. Negative ions, if you don't know, are generated in nature by waterfalls and rainstorms and rivers. And if you go, to the ocean where there's a lot of wind and waves, you'll actually pick up negative ions naturally, or through a pine forest. And
if you call them positive ions.
What's that?
Why don't they call them positive ions?
Well, I think they screwed up when they named it negative. They really are positive, but they just called it negative. And so they're actually found that scientists have found that they actually help the body to detox. It actually makes you feel good. You can literally, when you're in the atmosphere of negative ions, you feel good. And like you go by the water, by the ocean, or by a waterfall. And so this is a way that man has reproduced that type of energy into the atmosphere. And so, I just set this thing here by my computer, and then I've got another one up on top of the sauna there. Let me show you here. Give you a picture of that too here. Let me turn this camera over here. Let me put the camera on me so I can see where it is. There. You see that? You see the sauna there?
Oh yeah.
That's my far infrared sauna. On top of the sauna is another it's an air purifier, but it uses negative ions and ozone right on top of that. And so I turn that on, so I get a double anointing of the negative ions. Yeah, so it's like I've got a home right on the ocean, and I live in Central Florida.
You haven't moved yet, or you still got the pool?
I got the pool, yeah, in the backyard there, and it's looking really nice. I got it all cleaned up. I got a power washer, and I cleaned all the cement, and oh man, all that dirt's gone now, Joel. It looks like brand new. See, but then again, these are just things of sight. We don't live by sight. It's just live by faith and not by sight. But we're still going to see things. You see. You got me that time. Oh,
had your eyes closed on that last shot.
Okay, go ahead.
There we go.
There we go. We got it. Good. All right. So, anyway, that's my little show and tell time here on Thought Bridge Live.
The only thing that occurs to me is that wouldn't be a replacement for the presence now, would it? I mean, if you're feeling good, can't you get addicted to feeling good? Is that why you're so happy? Or,
Well, I think it is an addiction, actually. Yeah. I mean, you can get addicted to the presence. I mean, and maybe that's the best addiction that there is. Yeah. And so forth. But then there's other things, that come into play, and the physical things, like, and the things you're seeing, and the little bit of wine helps, whatever, I mean, so those things can kind of be distractions, I think, from the pure presence. But so, anyways, it looks like we're ready for dinner, Joel. So I'm gonna have to log off here.
All right.
Yeah.
Pleasure talking to you. Before you go, can you tell me when I switch the camera that you see any effect whatsoever? Like right now, I'm talking and showing me, and when I click on you, it's showing you, and then when I click on you, it's me again.
Okay. Go ahead.
Could you see that?
I'm seeing you right now. That's all I see is you. Earlier, when you clicked, I think you might have clicked on Chris. I saw him. I think you were switching.
Yeah. Now, take a note at the bottom that if anything is lighting up blue, take it off of the blue, and then it will become automatic.
I see Joel T has blue. Okay. Now try.
Yeah, okay, there we go. That's me, and then I'm switching over to you. You should see you on there, and then me again, because I just switched, and now it's on automatic. So
No, I didn't see me. It didn't switch to me. It's all you.
Oh, really?
Yeah. I don't know why it did that.
I think in the final production, it allows me to pick the shot that I want. Otherwise, it's automatic.
I don't know. Maybe.
I'll have to find out. I'm still learning.
Right. Yeah, this is kind of a cool program, though.
Yeah, if you'd like to be a guest, we could work together on this. I could teach you some stuff about it as we go along, and once we get some people in here, some regulars like we had on the Pal Talk room, and then we can build this up. And the nicest thing about it is you can go watch it immediately after the broadcast ends.
Oh, okay. Well, then we could rebroadcast it on Beetle.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, if we want to.
You can check out that Beetle.
Yeah, check that out. Yeah. All right. Well, I got to go, Joel.
All right. Take care.
Okay. Thank you. Appreciate it. Bye.
Yeah. Later. All right, kids. If you'd like to be featured on here, we're still learning about this program, and there are an awful lot of programs out there. I've decided that even though this appears to be in beta, it's not as user-friendly as it could be. I've spent some time with it. I'm still learning. But if you'd like to be a guest, I'm always looking for interesting people. And I find everybody is interesting. I like the full spectrum of what human beings have to offer. So if you'd like to get a hold of me, just shoot me off an email to jtb@thoughtbridges.com, or you can go down to www.thoughtbridge.tv, and you'll find my link to my Google profile. And be sure and add me to your list there, and I'll add you. And tune in again. If you want to talk to me by telephone, I have an awful lot of calls, a lot of emails. Don't expect an immediate response from email. However, if you call me on the phone, you find that you've reached voicemail. Better leave a message, otherwise the number, I do not call back numbers unless people leave a message. Tell me the best time to reach you. We may have to play telephone tag for a while, but that's the only way I can deal with what could be overwhelming in terms of people that would like to have my attention. I'd be more than happy to give you my attention, but we need to go through the proper filters in order to get there. So remember, if you have a book that you want to promote, a website, a talk you want to give, some music, whatever it is, hey, get a hold of me and I'll feature right here. You can shamelessly plug whatever you want to. I don't care. And so stay tuned. And as I get used to the controls here and become more familiar with the way this program actually operates, and I attract more people, it's not bad. I've been at it for about 30 days. And there's a lot of glitches, a lot of dead air, a lot of things that haven't worked because they all have to work in unison to work together, and they don't make any bones about it. You get what you get when you get it. And if somebody out there would like to get involved, we need editing, because after a broadcast we find out what it was all about. I have no idea what a broadcast is going to be. I might have an idea of a guest, which I might announce and let people know a guest is coming up. And yeah, I can keep appointments occasionally, but everything is like really spontaneous, so you never know what you're going to find here. Different as night and day, from minute to minute sometimes, moment to moment, hour to hour, broadcast to broadcast. Appreciate you tuning in. So take care, and may you find what you're looking for. That would be my wish for you. So take care, folks. Unless the phone rings or something else, we're going to be moving out of here. Right about now. And I'll leave you with this.